Are we live on there?
Let's see here. It looks like maybe you are. It looks like we are. Yeah.
Okay.
So someone needs to help Jim Silsby get on this too.
Yeah, I'm gonna send him a link right now. I'm on his
Thanks,
messenger.
Michael. Yeah, thanks.
I wonder why I can't see it says that we're live. Oh, there we are. There we are. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're live on YouTube. So that's good. So that's our fallback anyway.
Okay. And did you post that on the Pork and Beans, fabulous Pork and Beans?
Yeah, I did. Do you want to post it anywhere else?
I sure do. If I can, I'm still doing. I just sent Jim Silsby a link to the Zoom meeting, and and Deb Matthews.
Well, we've got one person watching. Probably one of us.
Oh, now I'm going to do. This is so awkward. I'm feeling awkward. Pork and Bean Show. And so,
I wonder why I can't see it says that we're live. Oh, there we are. There we are. Okay.
did you post it on Pork and Bean Show yet?
Well, that's good. So that's a fallback anyway.
Right, I don't see it on the Pork and Bean Show yet.
You have to pressure refresh. It's on.
Oh, it is. You've seen it. Okay, then I'll just keep looking. I refreshed it once. It didn't come up yet.
Oh, we got Christine McDonald found us.
Oh, you got this is the Sasquatch BC, the true story. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
But he says trouble with Facebook Live. You should be able to see this. That's you can't send that because that's a terrible thing to say on there.
So what?
You got to give it a better title than Brian's Zoom meeting, or give it a title. Go back and edit it because that's what people are going to see. And edit the one on the
Okay.
On the Pork and Bean Show. Just say
okay. I got it.
So when I send it out, that's what they're going to see. That's very cool. Pork and Beans Live.
Okay, I got it.
So when I send it out, that's what they're going to see. Oh, cool. Look at that. Look, it's cool. And we got Christine McDonald. Hello, I found you. That's pretty cool. Hi, Christine. Okay, well, it's starting to shape up. We're getting some kind of order out of all this chaos.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a complaint from Mr. McCrae, who's our our personnel manager.
What's he complaining about?
Pat says it shouldn't have to be like this. You guys need a stable platform. I agree, but nobody seems to agree with me. It just doesn't look good.
Oh, well, I mean,
Oh, well,
it looks like it's an issue with Facebook. Nothing I can do about it.
we get a new platform's what we can do about it.
Oh, okay. Here's Jim. So,
The trouble with Facebook Live again, you should be how can I send that out?
You guys are talking on top of one another, I think.
Yeah, Brian, you want me to share your post? Okay, I know what I'll do.
Hey, I'm here.
hey, how you doing, Jim?
I'm good.
Good. As usual, we're having technical difficulties with Facebook, but we're not going to worry about that. We're just doing the YouTube version.
Not a worry. Andrea, hello.
Hey, Jim.
Jack stuck around. He wanted to say hi to you, but he just couldn't wait any longer.
Got it. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Good. As usual, we're having technical difficulties with Facebook, but we're not going to worry about that. Hey, we got 7 people watching on YouTube. I mean, Facebook, I mean.
Yeah.
Not a worry. Andrea, hello.
Hey. Hey, Jim.
Jack stuck.
Okay, guys. Well, I guess we're just going to go with the YouTube then. We got 7 people watching, so we may as well get going, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, YouTube's just as good. I mean, Facebook, YouTube's just as good as long as people get there. We got, like I said, we got 8 people there. So you all done your stuff there, Mr. Beans?
Yeah, you still didn't change your thing. I have to make a whole new thing because I can't send out your
Yeah, I did change it
where on YouTube or on Facebook?
on YouTube.
I'm not sharing it from YouTube. I'm sharing it from Facebook.
Oh,
And you just said we have trouble. So I got to say it again, and I'm also going to do some other things.
well, if you're sure in it, can't you change it, the title?
I'm doing that. Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. It's all in hand, but it does take time. Since you're only an hour late. we're
Don't worry,
good.
Jim. We have this problem every time. It's part of the charm of the show. It wouldn't be the same without technical difficulties.
Andrea, if you look at the background behind me, that's from your forest. I did that for you.
Aw, that's super cool. Here's the big old X. How about that?
Yep.
Yeah. A lot of stuff going on out there.
I'm going to start recording. So you ready to go, Beans?
Record, man. Do whatever you feel. I'm completely in another world here because I can't get anything working. So chaos rules the day.
Yeah. Okay. Hey.
Hey.
We're recording now. So. What are you doing, Beans? Trying to share everything?
Yeah. I need to be left alone in my quiet place.
Okay. Hey, everybody. My name is Pork Cunningham. I'm here with my distinguished, honorable co-host, Frank Oliver Beans, and this is the Pork and Beans Show. How you doing, everybody? Today's guest is Andrea Billups. And where are you from, Andrea?
I'm from West Virginia. I've lived in 10 states here in the United States, but right now I live in West Virginia. I just returned back home after being away for about 30 years.
Oh, where were you for 30 years?
Across America. I lived in 10 states. I lived in Washington, D.C. I lived in Miami. I was teaching at Western Kentucky University, And I lived for a time in Michigan. You'll hear about that later today in the show, I think. And I just came back here to West Virginia in June.
Have you ever been to the West Coast?
Yeah, I've been on many research expeditions in Washington State and Oregon.
Ah, well, you should come up to the king of the research areas. BC.
Yeah, I would love to. It's on my list, man. It's on my list.
Although I don't call myself a researcher, but it's still a great Sasquatch place.
Me either. I don't call myself a researcher. Just
An experiencer
hey, just a girl in the woods, man.
or a student is more like it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So what were you saying? You were saying you what were you doing? Beans asked you a question, and you said you were you with the news or something?
I'm a career journalist, and I lead a state media operation here. I supervise reporters and editors around my state here. Yes.
Okay. So
I've been a journalist my whole life.
Is that the real news or the fake news you're doing?
Well, that's just a good question, isn't it? You're so timely with those words. You know, I'm going to have to say that the news we're doing is the real news, and if anyone wants to call it fake, all they have to do is look at the dark circles below my eyes, which portend November 3rd. So.
Well, I was just kind of being funny, kind of tongue in cheek, although I do think
it's okay.
I do think there was a lot of fake news out there, though, myself. But.
Sure, I think you're right. I think absolutely that's true. Yes.
And Jim, how did you get to meet Andrea? And tell us a little bit about yourself.
We met through a Facebook group page where she told a story and happened to mention that she lived in a community close by me. And I just sent her a message and said, "Hey, I live near you." And she invited me to her forest, and we became best friends after that.
Wow. So when she invited you out, did you have activity, or did you feel energy, or did you have any experiences right away?
Yeah, she was showing me we were walking the path, and I looked out of the corner of my eye to the left, and I saw one pop his head up over some brush and look at us. And I stopped, and did I just see that? And I stepped back and looked, and it was different. The brush didn't have the big red head sticking above it. So I knew I'd seen when we were out there. We heard some knocks, and in terms of energy, I don't feel energy like some experiencers do. I'm kind of a muggle when it comes to stuff like that.
Oh, okay. That's amazing, though. You seen one like your very first day out?
No, I've been doing this for years before I went out there with her. I've had over a dozen sightings in my life, so.
Oh, but that wasn't your first sighting.
No. That was my first time out with Andrea and my first sighting with her.
So yeah, Brian, to back it up and maybe it'll make better sense, you know, in 2009, my partner Steve and I, we purchased a house that was sort of, it's set in the woods. It was a modern house. The back side of it was like, had floor to ceiling glass windows. It was 2 stories, and it looked out over wetlands and into a forest system, a trail system. And I had things happening to me there for a long time. And subsequently I had come out to the Pacific Northwest and been on some research expeditions out there. But then I had something happen to me in my forest. You know, Jim mentioned seeing a red Sasquatch poke his head up out there. In fact, the first actual sighting that I had out there near my home in Michigan was something that was red. And so it's interesting that he makes that color point, because that's the first thing that I saw out there, red hair flying and running through the woods. So yeah.
Yeah. Now I don't, I've never had a bad experience with them myself, so I can't talk from experience. Literally, of the thousands of experiences I've had, everyone has been positive, probably because I project positivity. But I have heard some people say, and I'm not aware of it, that the red ones are a little more aggressive or a little I've heard people say watch out for the red ones for whatever reason. Is there a different personality connected with them, or do you think, or?
I think that's like saying people with red hair are more aggressive than people with blonde hair. It's nonsense. I think it's just color of the
think
hair,
so.
just like we have.
No,
You know.
I think so too. But I'm just quoting what I've heard 2 or 3
I
other
think
people
it's just
tell me.
people putting their own fear onto them. They have a fear, they had an experience, something they did that caused it, and they're just trying to push it onto the foot, saying the red ones are bad or red ones are aggressive. I think that's just coincidence.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you, but I don't even like asking those kind of questions because I don't like putting anything negative out there about them because that's not what the show is about. I'm not saying that there aren't bad things that have happened before, but we don't really discuss them here. We're trying to promote the spiritual, the teacher aspect, so
And the
that's not
no kill aspect.
that's not
Well,
what we're about.
of course. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that any of the experiences out there were negative. I would say that in the beginning, when things started happening to me near my home, lots of things that have happened to other people, you know, the interaction things, my dog, um, being out there and going outside, you know, all of those things going on that might have been weird, became less scary once I realized what I was dealing with. But I mean, Jim and our friend Tim Silsby, that some of you all know, are the only people that I ever really took out into my forest. I just, after I recognized that there was a clan out there and I came to understand who they were, and this happened over a period of years, I got very protective of them. And Jim was so respectful of them. You know, he would go out and visit them, and we had lots of woo-woo experiences that went on in that woods. You know, just over the years in different ways. And, you know, maybe Jim won't want to explain that, but I mean, he was fully engaged as a Squatch person before I ever met him. In fact, he and Tim, you know, were really helpful to me, I think, in the beginning in trying to sort some of my understanding out. But I don't feel anything but loving, positive energy from my clan, you know, which continues, even though I don't live there anymore. I still have an ongoing relationship, particularly with one member of the clan, a young female girl, and we all know who she is, and she's made contact, so to speak. It's very interesting.
Yeah. So where exactly? So where was your clan? Where did you live when you were living by your clan? Was it like habituation kind of thing?
Yes, I think that would be the right word. I lived in Michigan, in sort of mid-central Michigan at the time. I lived sort of on the edge of the forest and had things happening at my house before I even understood what was happening at my house, you know, strangeness. And then I started to get into the woods, and that's where I had my first sighting, as I mentioned to you, a red one. There's a trail system, a really kind of a rustic trail system that goes on in this forest, if I could just describe it. And I used to go out there almost every day, and I would walk and for exercise. And when I first lived there, I would get lost. But there's this one area of the woods that was sort of framed by a pine stand, real dense pine stand. This woods are like mature hardwoods, kind of rolling, a marsh and all of that. Very beautiful. But there's an area in that forest, and before all of this sort of became clear to me, I used to joke and say I would call that pine stand area the enchanted forest, and it gave me the woo-woo woolies. Like at first I was like, I do not want to walk back in there. The hair would stand up on my arms and I would get real strange energy, and I was like, yeah, I'm not going back in there. It's just a weird area of the woods. And you know, these trails kind of snake around for miles if you stay on them. But eventually I sort of got my nerve up, and I did go to the Enchanted Forest, and I found this really beautiful area there. There was a tree sort of a clearing, a tree where lightning had hit it, and the tree had broken apart, and so it still had like a branch that was straight up, and then two branches on each side, and I called it the angel tree, and because it looked like a big angel standing out there in the forest, and the energy out there was just really amazing. And once I got past my weirdness about it, and everybody, I mean, I think Jim and Tim know that, have both felt that energy shift out there. There's some strangeness to this piece of the forest, but I would go out there almost every day, and I would sit at my tree and I would pray or meditate and just sit in the forest. And one day I said in my mind, not aloud, I said, I know that you're out there and around me. Show yourself. If you're real, show yourself. And I sat there for maybe 15 minutes, and of course, no one showed themselves. And I got up to leave and walked back down to the trail itself. And out of my left side of my vision, that's when I saw it. Something was red, and it was running like a jet train, and it moved like upright, and then went down, and I think it must have dropped to all fours and went over this deep embankment over in the direction where I was looking. And I couldn't believe it, because what I saw, I saw that hair being hit by the wind, and so it was picking up. And I think that what I caught in my side view was sort of the side of it. And it happened so fast, and it was just so shocking that you wonder how you're going to react. But at first, I started to walk towards it. And then I maybe walked 15 yards and stopped myself and said, "Oh, whoa, wait a minute. What did you see?" And then I realized I was alone, and I was probably a good, maybe a mile at least from the trailhead. And it was in the middle of the day, not at night, in the middle of the day. And then it kind of really spooked me, and I turned around and I took off running. And I ran till I was out of breath. It was very crazy, shattering, scary at first. I mean, now I've sort of made peace with it. But, Jim and Tim have been out there in the woods with me, and we've had all kinds of experiences out there that are pretty amazing.
I think what Andrea's kind of sucking down what she's saying, when you walk into that part of the forest, it's almost like you're walking into a church. You feel a reverence. You naturally speak in a more hushed tone. It's like that area demands it. It's really an interesting feeling when you walk in there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to explain it. I have, some of you probably have heard this phrase and probably experienced it too, but there's that phrase, "You've lost time," where I've actually been walking out in that area, and I find myself, half a mile down the trail, and I don't remember it. Like I've had those kinds of experiences out there. But Jim is right. I feel like the spot that we were in out there by the angel tree, and we'll tell you about some other things that have happened out there, but it feels like it's a special space for them. We've had structures to rise up there and then be taken down. It's just sort of an amphitheater. It kind of looks like an amphitheater. It's an opening, where we've had some deadfall, and it's just a very special place. And that again is one reason why I just don't take many people out there. I don't trust them. I feel very protective over the people who live out there. Yeah.
How far away are you from there now?
I live probably 7 hours away from there now, but I continue to have experiences here. I mean, I have found now for sure that once they know that and once you are connected with them, that they're always around you. And I believe that with all my heart. About a month ago, Steve and I, we drove about 3 hours north of us up into the mountains of West Virginia to an area called Dolly Sods. And it's just this very high elevation area in West Virginia, ski areas. And we went up there for a long weekend because we'd both been working really hard. And we drove around and drove deeper down one lane roads in the middle of nowhere. And we found an area. I don't know if these are fire roads or service roads, but we just decided for some reason to park and hike in. And we made a really tough hike up the side of a hill there. And my Steve was with me, and he teases me about all of this, but he's come to accept my thinking. But we get up the hill, and again, this is a tough hike. Like my thighs are burning going up the side of this hill. And all at once we hear a whoop, and we hear wood knocking, and Steve's probably maybe 75 feet away from me. And he turns around and he looks at me and he's like, "What was that?" And I got up to him. He waited. I walked to him and I said, "That was a whoop and a wood knock." And he's like, "Well, from who?" And I'm like, and I just started laughing and I rolled my eyes. And I said, "That's the welcome wagon." And so we continued up and up and up until we got to the top of this ridge line. And I mean, again, super tough hike. But we got up there and I found a pile of vegetables that looked like somebody had stolen them out of a garden. Like there were some corns with husks on them. There was some squash. It was all piled sort of at the edge of a meadow. And I'm like, who in the world would have put this pile of stuff up here? Because there were no homes around this area or anything. And I had to wonder, looked like someone had tried to pull the husks back and eat some of this corn. But you could see sort of a walking path that went behind this meadow into the tree line. And I said, I told Steve, I'm not going to walk up into that tree line, but I suspect we've come into someone's area. And so we were up there and for a while, and this is here in West Virginia, and we decided we would come back down the hill, and we got about halfway down and we started to hear rhythmic knocking, and I just started to laugh, and Steve's like, "What is that?" And I said, "It is what it is." And he's like, "No." And I'm like, "Okay." So we come back down almost to the place where he said he first heard the whoop and the knock. And there in the middle of this rustic kind of hillside trail were two giant, they were either wild turkey feathers, I suspect, but one of them had been jammed into the ground, like on the middle of our path that we came back. And there's no way that they were there when we came up the hill. Both of us were on this trail. We would have seen them. But I know that this was absolutely the acknowledgement that they were all around us. And that's why I'm telling the story, to only say that I believe that they're always with me. It doesn't matter where I go. I'm always going to feel and see and experience. And I had been living in Florida. I taught at the University of Florida as a professor for a couple of years. And I had experiences right where I lived in Florida. I moved to Kentucky. I had similar experiences. And now I'm back in West Virginia, and I'm still getting experiences. And that I just say again, everyone can disagree, of course, but my thinking is that once they know that you know and that you are connected to them, they all sort of know. And it won't matter where I go. I get into the woods and I know. I mean, I just know. And so I know Jim can weigh in here because he's had experiences in other places too. I mean,
I have a question.
Yes.
When you talk about, no, I've had those similar kind of things happen. And
Yeah.
this is like a really specific kind of woo-woo thing. So there's your original families, forest families that you connected to, and you felt their energy.
Mm-hmm.
And that was many, many times, right? It was
Yes, over years. Yes.
Probably can't even count them because they're experiences, not sightings and so on. But here's a question I want to ask. So then you move to these different states, and can you tell the difference between your original clan's energy signatures and the new clans that may be in your local area who just want to come by and say hello and say, "We're here, we know you"?
Yeah, I think it's different. I do think it's different. Like I still have connection contact with the original clan, and but profoundly, Jim came down to Kentucky and went into the woods with us and some close friends down there. And, you know, we didn't have a whole lot of activity while we were down there, but when I first went into the woods in Kentucky, I immediately had mind speak from someone who identified himself there. I mean, it just a completely different energy, but he identified himself about who he was and told me that I was welcome there and I would be protected. And that was very, very shocking. That the first connection came when I was driving up into the mountains there. I don't want to say where exactly I was, but in Western Kentucky, someone spoke to me and spoke to me as I was going there. Very, very weird. But here in West Virginia, you know, I don't know that I feel so profoundly specifics of who these people are, but this the incident I just told you about the feathers being jammed into the trail. I had been finding feathers on my walks near where I live up in the woods. There's a trail I go walk along the river here for exercise. I had been finding feathers every time I went out there, same way in the trail path. And so I think that the energy that I've experienced while I'm here is very playful and very comforting. It's sort of that assertion like, you know, hey, we're here too, and we know you're here. And it's not fearful energy. Like at no time when we were hiking up at Dolly Sods, Steve and I, did I feel afraid. I think Steve was super unnerved because he's not used to being out there and hearing the whoops that you guys have all heard and the knocking and stuff like that. It kind of jarred him just because we were so remote. And but I felt nothing but very very welcoming energy. I mean, when I found the feathers on the way down, I just started laughing because I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, a feather shoved in the ground, like I literally pulled the quill of it up and out. So, yeah, I think like I don't know this clan here, the clans that have made contact here. I don't know them like I knew the ones in Michigan, but I mean, I have not had like negative energy. I was with some people in Kentucky, and there were 5 of us, and we were night hiking in an area very mountainous. It was a little treacherous where we were, and we got what people will call like bluff charged. The people use that phrase. I don't really like it, but we had a night experience where we saw someone cross a trail above us, go over the hill, walk along a creek bed, and one of the people who were in my group that night was sitting on a log, just sitting down drinking water, and we were pitch black. This was super dark, and all at once the person sitting down said, man, the hair on my neck is standing up. And then behind us, we had just a big tree crash. You know, people will describe that, but we had the big tree crash. And it unnerved us, I think, because we were just way the hell in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night. And after the tree crash, you know, everybody kind of huddled together. Nobody panicked. And I just sort of stood there quietly. I've lost my fear now, I think. I mean, I have a healthy wariness, but I'm not frightened. But we stood there after that tree went down and listened really quietly. And then there came a whistle from over one side of the hill, and then followed by a return whistle on top of the hill. And I think I said to the people around me, I think we're okay, but I think that we should be moving on along here. And so we did, and nothing happened to us that night, you know, but not negative energy, just acknowledgement, I guess. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say Kentucky wasn't uneventful. We had the handprint on my Jeep, remember that?
Yeah,
I mean, we had the whippoorwill incident. That was kind of, as you would say, freaky.
yes, yeah. I mean, no, I'm not uneventful. It wasn't uneventful. I don't mean it like that. I think, Jim, you and I are attuned to the subtle things that go down. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's always different every time you go out. I never know what to expect down there. But yeah, you're right. You could tell those stories too. I mean, talk about that. That was very interesting.
Yeah, the whippoorwill was funny. We were doing the night sit, the 5 of us, and a whippoorwill was going off all night long, and it would not shut up. You know how they are at night. And about 11:30, I said to the foot, I said, if you guys can shut that whippoorwill up, please shut it up. I'm tired of listening to it. It was instantaneous. The whippoorwill stopped.
Yeah,
It was done.
that was weird.
That was so funny. Everybody was just, the looks on people's faces was like, did that just happen? That was pretty fun. And then
Yeah,
the morning we got to leave, we got up, and on the back of my Jeep was a massive handprint on the back of my Jeep, which was probably about that much wider than my hand. I have, pretty good sized hands. And the thumb was about that much longer than mine. So it was pretty interesting. You could see dermal ridges in the palm of it. And you could see the fingertips because the hand was curled like this because there were no pad marks here. So it was like this on my vehicle.
That's right.
I have a picture of it. I'll share it on your Facebook page.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That was an interesting episode. The area that we were in that night that Jim's talking about, this is in western area of Kentucky. I had been out there with a couple of folks that were with us that night. I'd been out there multiple times with them, and so we were not unknowns to them. But it was always interesting because we would do what we did before, and the minute we would sit down out there, we would get that one wood knock right behind us. And I always joke that it's just like, it's hello from the locals. Like, we know you're here. Welcome back. and then, it wouldn't be right if we didn't get knocked once we all sat down. But the whippoorwill that night was very strange, and that was an interesting hike.
I don't know if you and I ever talked about this from the night. Did you see the water bottle moving with the glow stick in it? Like
yes.
I was seeing? Okay.
Yes.
I do a thing when I go out. I put a glow stick in an empty water bottle, and I'll hang it from a tree. And we were sitting there. It was probably, 40, 50 yards away from us? Maybe 30?
Yeah, I think it's right. Yeah.
And we were up more on a hill, and it was more down in the lower part of it. And we were watching the water bottle do this, swinging back and forth. It would get lifted up and brought back down. We were watching it move all over the place. And that night, it was dead still. There was no breeze whatsoever. So something was mechanically moving that water bottle. It wasn't the wind doing it.
Yeah,
So,
that area is very active. That's not terribly far from where I described the bluff charge incident, if it were a bluff charge. But yeah, that place that we were is just always seems to be active and stuff. But I mean, it's good energy. Like, I don't think we ever felt anything but okay there in Kentucky.
I didn't feel anything. I mean, I don't usually feel much anyways, but I didn't feel threatened at all or anything where I was concerned.
Yeah.
Jim, you don't get any kind of energy like your third eye, or like you don't feel them energetically?
No, I don't. Like I said, I'm a muggle. I'm a thick-headed, cotton-headed mini muggins. There's nothing getting through this skull,
Welcome to the club.
I'm not one of those fortunate people.
Well, wait a minute, Mr. Beans. You feel them. You feel them energetically.
Only when you do, and I'm just trying to, go along with you.
Oh, so you say, if I say I feel them, then you think, oh, maybe I should say it, and it'll fool people.
Everybody think that I'm a cool experiencer.
Oh, that's
What
what
is
I
that?
figured.
Dry sand effect? Isn't that what that's called, or something like that? When somebody feels something. That's why when my son was going out with me. We started going out when he was 13, 14 years old, and we would have experiences. I always made him tell me what he experienced first, because I didn't want him yahing off of me. So he told me what he experienced, and I would tell him what I experienced. And we were always meshed. We're almost identical what we were experiencing.
I've got a guy that I go out with, and a lot of the, I don't like to say woo. I think that's kind of, I don't really like that term because it kind of sounds, people say it in a disrespectful kind of way, but their magic or their abilities
Yeah.
stuff they do. We seem to feel it at the same time coming on, experience it in the same way. It goes away at the same time. It's pretty remarkable, really.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I
Andrea,
feel, what I'll feel when I feel something is right here across my forehead. I'll feel like real light fingers being taken across my forehead, like the skin is stretching a little bit. That's all I feel. I don't get pressure in my head. I don't hear voices or see images or anything like that. I'll just feel like something's real lightly touching my forehead.
well, that's good because 20 years ago, or 50 years ago, we'd all be in Essendale or the Net House, and you would still be free on the outside. Because anybody who was experiencing this kind of stuff, I'm sure they were thought of as insane or
Yep.
demented or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not crazy. Andrea had me tested, so.
I did for all sorts of things. We tested him for rabies and for crazies, and yeah.
Yeah, the rabies test, I failed that, remember?
Yeah.
That was
Well,
interesting.
I think it was the frothing at the mouth that gave you away.
Well, yeah, that or the personality, probably the personality.
Jim and I were in the woods one night in Michigan. I think I'm telling this right, Jim. And we saw like predator plasma floating. Is that fair, Jim?
Yeah, you and I and Jack were sitting on that little footbridge, and you and Jack were sitting on the bench. And I was standing facing you guys, and it was walking behind you. And I saw full form of what it was. I mean, the head, the shoulders, it was massive. And I said, "Oh my God, you need to see this." And Andrea stood up and looked and saw what you saw.
Yeah, like shimmering kind of plasma floating stuff. I didn't see shape like he did, but I saw the lights. That was really interesting.
And then my son stood up and looked and saw it also. And I think the moon was across the marsh, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that night?
that's right. That's right.
It was the moonlight reflecting off of whatever was back there. And like you said, it was very predatorish, just like you see in the movie Predator.
Andrea, how big was your blob? Was it a being size, or was it a baseball size, or how big was the image?
Well, I mean, it was at least 2 feet long, but what I saw was horizontal. Like it wasn't a being up and down. I just saw like miasma floating that was like luminescent, and it must have been wide. It was like wide, maybe 2 feet, maybe wider than that. It was hard to say. It was behind me to put width on it, but it wasn't shaped like anything. It was just floating there, and I mean, unmistakable that something was there, just no doubt about it. So
Yep.
That's interesting because
Jim saw the full scale of a being, right?
I did. I saw the full. I could see his head, his shoulders as when I was watching him, he was pacing back and forth. Okay, there was like a little opening between trees, and he was walking back and forth. And I'm 6'2", and it was at least 2 feet taller than I am. Yeah. At least.
That's interesting.
I would say that the place that we were right here in the forest is it's like a path and a footbridge that crosses over like an active marsh. It's very pretty, very dense, and then around it is sort of shaped forest, and kind of arches and elevates. This is not flat land. The marsh is flat, but this isn't flat. But this I was sitting there. There's like a bench there, a parked bench there, and another time that I was out there just sitting, I would sit and meditate sometime as the sun went down. It's just really beautiful. I wish I could just put you guys there. So spiritual and peaceful. But I had someone speak to me. Something said hello to me in actual English. It sounded mechanical to me, but it said hello like that. And that's one of the freakiest things I've ever heard, like in actual voice, in actual English, that spoke a word. And I stood up like in a horror movie and looked around like my body jumped, and oh, okay, yeah, my body jumped, and I cannot explain that at all. I mean, I never saw another human being out there. Um, I, you know, I've heard other things like talking at the very end of my ear and things that sounded chatterish, that weirdness going on, but never had something to actually speak hello outward alone to me. And that's another. I'm sharing this right now only because it happened in the very same place where we saw the predator stuff.
Could you tell the difference between if it was outside your, because I've had mine speak one time and it was very clearly inside me, but it was in English and with an accent of like if you could imagine a Sasquatch accent. But I knew it was inside me, even though it was clear as a bell. You
Um,
could easily be confused with it being outside you.
so I get mind speak all the time, and I have for a long, long time, and with multiple people, and this was an actual voice. This was not inside my head. That's why it's significant to me. Something said hello in a audible voice, and that sounded both human and mechanical. It almost like something was trying hard to say something. So it was very weird, but very different from the mind speak I get, which is absolutely in English.
Right. And to finish off, there was no, when you turned around 360, there was nobody there.
There
Right?
was nobody there.
Okay, that's
No,
part
no,
of the
no.
picture.
I mean, that was a heebie-jeebie moment for me in a way because I was just like, "Hey, now," you know. What I mean, because again, I was alone. I would always go out there alone, and people were like, "Do not do that." But the work that I do and the life that I lived was very uh, unnerving and rather schizophrenic. My job has a lot of pressure to it. And the forest for me, one of the reasons why I started going to the forest is because it just was where I could find some grounding and peace, you know. Um, I literally would sit in front of my tree for hours and hours just out there. I mean, I've hugged it before, and I'm not some progressive tree hugger kind of girl, but my forest was just absolutely my solace there. So it just, I think that long before I had the sighting of the red one, that they knew who I was. They'd seen me there forever. I was super predictable. I'm 100% sure that I was being watched out there, and I now know that they had been coming up to the house and visiting, and they knew my dog and my habits and all of that. So, but in the beginning, I didn't know any of it. I just knew that the forest was really peaceful. But I think they knew me for sure.
Can you go into a little more detail about what was the difference between mind speak and what that other experience? Just the
Yes,
fact it
yeah.
sounded mechanical, or what was the difference?
Well, so the mind speak that I get is an actual voice in my head. So I'll just tell you the story. So Jim knows this, and he can jump in here and hear it too. But so I'd help Pat McRae's lovely wife Robin, who I didn't know for the longest time, helped me to understand about who was in my forest. She told me some amazing things, and at the time she didn't really know who I was. Tim had asked me to call her because of experiences I'd been having out there that I didn't understand. And so Robin and I had a phone call. The first time we ever talked in our life. She was living in Michigan, and she told me, she asked me a weird question. She said, does your dog walk funny? And I said, at first I was like, does my dog walk funny? No. And then I paused for a bit and I was like, well, yes, my dog does kind of walk funny because my dog was a seizure dog, and she was on medicine for idiopathic epilepsy, and the medication that she took would impact her central nervous system, and sometimes her little back legs would give out when she ran. They would just fall out from underneath her. It was huge, almost 100-pound dog, and so when she would trot, she had a strange little gait in her back legs. And when Robin said, "Does your dog walk funny?" I was like, holy crap, how would she know about my dog? Because I'd never met her. She lived in another place. And so Robin asked me another question. Robin explained to me, she said, "I think you have a clan out here. This is who they are. I think there are at least this many people out there." And then she said something very strange. She goes, "You have a young girl Sasquatch. Her name is Redina. And she follows you all over the forest, and she loves your blonde hair." And I just died because I'd never met Robin before. I wasn't her Facebook friend. I wasn't anything. She said, "This little girl, she's fascinated with your blonde hair, and she comes up to your house and she visits you. You just don't know this yet." And then Robin said something that was just really shocking. She goes, "Redina says to tell you that she loves the red rocking chair." And I said, I don't have a red rocking chair. That's weird. She loves my red rocking chair. I was like, okay, this is odd and specific and hoodoo voodoo. This is getting a little weird for me, having someone I'd never met before tell me these things. And Robin said, Robin is so loving and not judgmental. And she said, well, just think about that for a time. Maybe it will mean something to you down the road. And later that night, the light bulb went off at the very back. So you should understand that the house we lived in had floor to ceiling glass windows. We didn't have, they didn't have window coverings on them. So if I looked out the back of my bedroom, if I looked out the back of my office, my living room, I looked directly into the woods. No one could ever build behind us because there was marshland, and there was just anyone who was in the woods could see into the back of my home easily. Very protected there. So when she said, "Do you have she likes your red rocking chair," I was like, that's so weird. But at the very back of my office, which was a long, skinny room, actually covered up in plastic, was a red velveteen antique rocking chair and foot bench that Steve's mother had given me. It was an antique. I never used it. I never ever sat in it. I just had it in my office as a place to keep it. And there's the only way that you could ever know that this red rocking chair was in that office is if you went up to the window and pushed your face against it and looked all the way back in that room. And so then I had to really take what Robin said to me seriously. She loves your red rocking chair. And, Robin said she's kind of like your little buddy. She's always going to be around you. And not too long after that, I started getting mind speak from this little girl. And it was very little girl talk. She would say things to me like, "Come to the woods, come to the woods." And it was in that little girl voice. I mean, it would happen to me all the time. I'd be at the house, I'd be sitting there doing something, and she would say, "Come to the woods." And I started to talk back to her. I mean, what do you do? And I said, "I can't come right now, but I'll come later." And she's like, "I want to see you." And she was very sweet. And so this must have been 6 or 7 years ago, at least, I think, maybe. But I still have conversations with Redina today. She still will talk to me. But what's really strange is that her whole voice is matured. What she says about her life, she told me, she said, I teased her. I said, "Little Redina, how are you?" And she goes, "Oh, I'm not little anymore. I'm bigger than you." And I was just like, okay. I mean, see, when I share these conversations with people, it just gives me pause too, because it's very strange. And I don't know, other than to just be honest with you and tell you this. I mean, I've been having a mind speak conversation with a female Sasquatch who's probably, about a teenager now, maybe close to a young teenager now. And her voice, even in my ear, sounds different. Like her voice is matured. It's no longer a come to the woods kind of little girl voice. You could tell that she's grown up. So, either my medication isn't working, or I have this little friend who is around me. But both of her parents who live in that forest, they have names, have spoken to me at different times, and not always. The leader of the clan of her family has spoken to me. but when I was in Kentucky, the person who identified me when I first came out there to hike, told me he was the leader of the clan of this area, and his voice was much different. It was very imperious, very formal, kind of omniscient and off-putting. You know, it was very. So he told me he was the leader of the clan of Mammoth, and that Mammoth Caves area is where I've spent a lot of time in the woods when I lived in Kentucky, and he gave me his name. He told me who he was and told me that I was welcome there and I'd always be protected. And I have brought friends. Jim came down and camped with some really good friends. My friend Daniel, who lives in Iowa, came to visit for a few days, and we went out in an area near there, and we had an absolutely crazy lights on the ground, lights in the woods forest experience a year ago in February 2019. No, last February 2020. That was unbelievable. We had an orb to stay with us for a certain time, and we had all kinds of vocalizations out there in the woods. And I still got the voice that, not to be afraid, that I was protected. And so that's a little bit of my mind speak experience. It's very strange, but I've just come to accept it. It is what it is. I'm trying not to judge it. Regina is, she knows Jim. She's acknowledged him. She knows Tim, and she talks about when Tim visits his property in northern Michigan. She's talked about him and about him being protected. She's expressed her love of Jim, and in the woods, and
Little bug.
yes,
Little
Jim. We call her Little Bug. Yeah, that's what we call her, and that's Jim's name for her. But so I'm going to let Jim tell you that he's got a picture up behind you. I'm going to let him tell you this story. I'm talking too much here, but about this doll, and it's related to what I've been sharing with you.
Andrew, somebody has a question for you.
Yeah, no worries. Sure.
This lady, first Sky Peterson says she had similar things happen to a young female, heart very touching. And she says, it still brings tears to my eye. That's Sky Peterson. But Sin, the lady named Sin Forest People Unveiled Live, this is the YouTube name. Sin People Unveiled Live, she says, what else do they say? In all in caps, any messages for us all? I'm sure they have some kind of general message for us all.
Not specifically those kind of messages, but Regina has not said that to me. So Regina told me earlier this year that her clan is moving because they are wary of where they are. There are too many people around them, and they have moved north of where they used to be. They have moved actually up closer to where Tim lives and where he has his sightings. But I have had mind speak from another Sasquatch who has said some very universal things that I've heard other people say, and that they are the protectors of us. I believe they're healers. I have some experience with some other people who've had healing experiences, that they have asserted that we are all one, and that I think what that means really is that they've said things to me like that, that they're like us, but they are different from us, and that I would learn how that was the more I paid attention. And I believe that those are rather spiritual messages. Like, I believe they are greatly spiritual. I would just say this too. I hope that this doesn't offend anybody. But I'm a Christian person, and I have a pretty deep faith. I try to have a deep faith, but I definitely believe that what I'm dealing with is from God. I believe that the forest people have been created by our Creator, and I think that I think they are watchers. I think they watch man, and so I've had some universal things said to me, not from Radina, but from others who have sort of asserted that we are one, and but I've had Radina, say how they fear man somewhat, and sort of an explanation about why they keep to themselves, and I think that some of the things she said to me is you'll come to know more about us, but there's some things you'll never know about us. She's sort of maturing, so the things she says to me have shifted over the years, and so it's gone from little girl talk to more a deeper talk, and so I'll just tell you that she just said, I am here, and so she will talk about Tim and Jim. If they ask things, sometimes she will explain things to them. Some of the other clan have explained things to us too, but I mean, I'm sure other people probably had more deeper mind speak experiences, but my most ongoing is with Radina, and just as this time has evolved, other people have jumped in. I've actually had to ask Robin who is talking to me. The most recent thing, when I said this clan leader down in Kentucky identified himself, he told me he was the clan leader of this clan, and that he is over all this area and everything in it. He sounded like a king. I mean, it was very strange. I don't know. I'm just sharing with you what I heard. It's just unpredictably strange when you get these messages. I mean, Radina will pipe in and talk to me a lot. I mean, and sometimes if I haven't talked to her, she will sort of be pouty. She'll be like, I haven't heard from you, blah 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 blah. It's I don't know what to say except for it's kind of a really sweet little relationship. I have a little bug, as Jim we call her. I have the little bug always around me, and she says again, I'm not that little. So she's
They
probably
definitely
made, she's,
miss you. They got the human
huh?
emotions of missing you and stuff. Because I know
I definitely feel that. Yes,
because I went to
I
other
feel it.
areas and whatever and started looking around and I'm not going to say researching because I'm not a researcher, but just experiencing other areas, and they got a little bit jealous. Like they guided me to go back to my area, and then they gave me a big message there, and it was like, you don't have to go anywhere else; you belong here, kind of thing, right? And it was in the form of a big blocky glyph and a big footprint right beside the glyph, and then the knowing, like to give you that. Like mind speak can be like a voice; it can also be an instant knowing, right? Kind of thing.
I definitely think there's that kind of knowing communication going on. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jim, talk about that doll. This is a great story. It's pretty amazing.
What was it? Was it 3-4 years ago that Tim made it?
I think it's about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe
Tim
it's
made
4.
this. Go ahead. Tim made the doll you see in the background 3-4 years ago and brought it down to Miss Andrea's Forest as a gift for Regina. Okay. And we took it out there. It was the week of Christmas, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And it was the 3 of us and my son Jack. And the tree that Andrea talks about, her angel tree, it is split open on one side, but there's edges to it. Okay. So I stepped into the tree and I turned around, and as high as I could reach, I set it up behind one of those lips so that anybody happened to walk by the tree wouldn't see it. Okay, I wanted to make sure somebody that happened, because the trail is on the edge of it, and then the whole part of the forest is off to the side. They would have to literally be walking through the forest to see in the split. So I wanted to make sure nobody would see it. And so we set it up there for Radina. Miss A had her conversations with her, let her know. And I kept asking Miss A, I said, did they take the doll yet? And she would say, no, it's for the tree. It belongs to the tree. And I went out there several times over the next 3 or 4 months, just checking on the doll to see if it left. I wanted to see if it was still there. And one day, it was probably May that following year, I went out there and the doll was gone. It wasn't there. It wasn't there any longer. Now, in my mind, I'm a person who always debunks things first, so I don't immediately jump to, oh, the Bigfoot took it. I'm thinking, okay, if a person did find it, they took it, it could be anywhere, it could be thrown in the trash, anything could be happening. I let Miss Andrea know the doll was gone. Was this 3 years, this last winter, right? This last winter, we were back out there, and we walked into the forest, and I walked around the tree, and that's what we found laying in the bottom of the tree, the doll. It had no mold, no mildew, no rot. You pick it up, it smelled like fresh grass. This is in December. The only difference is the strings that Tim used to tie the doll together were no longer pink. They'd faded to white or gray. That's just amazing that doll was sitting right there. And I'd been out there 6 or 7 times after the doll disappeared, and it was never there. Because that's where I would leave gifts for them. I'd take apples or, sweet potatoes and stuff out there with me, and I'd leave them in the bottom of the tree. And that doll was never there. And then that day, there it was, sitting right there for us.
Now, let me ask you something. It looked like it was somewhere where it was away from the elements.
Yes, exactly. It was just like the day it was made.
Yeah.
It was dried out, but it was dry.
Right.
You could lift it up and smell it and smell fresh grass.
Okay, well then maybe there's hope for my hockey car that they took off a couple of years ago.
Yeah, you have grass sitting out in the forest for 3 years. It's gonna basically decompose. Dead grass. It's been cut.
I've heard that before, that people have got things back where it looked like it was somewhere where it was away from the elements, where it was not exposed. So that's really that's good collaborative evidence.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, I think too, before we went out there, Tim is a super spiritual person. And he had said, we always ask the forest people even after I moved away from Michigan, Jim and Tim and I would meet up around the holidays, and we would have lunch, and we would go out there and walk in the woods. And so Tim had sort of asked them, to leave us a sign and let them know that they were with us and what have you. Tim's big on signs. He's not a mind speak person, but he really likes sort of seeing those kind of things. But the fact that this doll is suddenly there when we left it together, and then we returned together, is just stunning to me. I mean, Tim left pretty stones. We actually took the doll. Jim took the doll, and Tim left pretty stones in the place of it there. And so that I do think that us finding this together, this timing was absolutely planned. Like, they wanted us to know about this. I just don't have any doubt about it.
I don't think there's too many coincidences with them. I don't believe in the more I go along my journey, the coincidences are less and less. I don't believe in them less. Yeah.
I had the doll here in my house for about 6, 7 months probably. Mm-hmm. And it was starting to fall apart. The grass was falling off. It was starting to turn black and decompose. And so I took it back out to the forest and put it back in the tree. I haven't been back since then, because once Miss A told me that the clan had moved, there's really no reason for me to go back out there now. But the funny thing about that story of the doll is 2 weeks prior to that doll reappearing, I was out there just looking around, and the doll wasn't there that 2 weeks beforehand. So it was placed there that day that we were out there. So
I want to say something before we skip past it, because sometimes things are said and we're just moving along. But who was it who said that the doll belongs to the tree?
Regina did.
Okay, so to me, that's one of the most significant things that was said in this little story. The doll belongs to the tree. So when the Sasquatch say we are all one, right? to them, the tree is just as important as you and I. You know what I mean? It's like we don't conceive like that, but they do. They say, talk to the trees and listen to the rocks. And my first experience with the Sasquatches, they had me listen to rocks for all night, and then for a couple of days, I was listening to this rock talk to me
Did you
about
feel
the
stoned when you were
history of life on Earth and everything. It was like, what? And so to me, that when I hear that, they said the doll belongs to the tree. To me, was really magical, and they honored that, and the tree honored that, and you guys honored that. That was just amazing.
Well, then
Because
you got that
hopefully
old
we'll be
saying.
able to talk to the trees like we talk to the Sasquatch someday.
That old saying, "You got rocks in your head," certainly applies to you.
and he
You
felt
know,
stoned when he got done.
I want to say too that Jim and Tim and I, you know, when for 2 years in a row, when we would meet up for the holidays and walk about out there, we found track lines in the snow. That was really cool for us just to see them in different places of the forest, but in two separate times that we were all out there together. You know, we just came upon these track lines, unmistakable track lines, and I thought that was also, like, again, you said nothing is coincidence. I think that this is just sort of a gentle reminder that they're around us and with us. You know, it's a very literal kind of reminder, you know, of their physical presence. And I don't think they're always in physical form at all. But
I think the track lines are important, Miss A. The first one we found meandered along the trail, then up into the woods and back out. And it was two sets of prints side by side. There was an 18-inch print and a 17-inch print walking next to each other. The second set we found, now the trail system, when you go out, it splits, and you can go down to where we call the Angel Tree. Well, along that trail system, there is a little used like loop trail that comes around it that's maybe a quarter of a mile long. And it's not really used, it's just a small trail, almost could look like a game trail, but we know it's not. And right at that trailhead, there was a set of prints, and the right foot was turned out, and the left foot was normal. And that followed that whole loop all the way around back to the trail, and it stopped.
yeah, it did stop.
At the loop and stopped at the loop. So it didn't come out of the woods from any directions. It started and stopped on that trailhead. So that was really interesting. And the one, he talked to you, didn't he? The one that did the walk? And he said that he had an injured foot. And that was the foot that was turned out to the right.
Yeah, there's an anomaly on that foot. It had like his toe kind of splayed in that print. It's a very, you can see it on the pictures there, but there definitely was a foot anomaly. And so, yeah. Yep.
I got a question for you. I got a question for either one of you, but probably
Sure.
Andrea, maybe, because you got the mind speak and stuff. So, you know, obviously they're way more intelligent in some ways than we are. They would not have like government, and they don't do the stupid lower vibrational things we do, but they do have clan leaders. So what is a clan lead? What are the different functions or responsibilities within the group, and specifically the clan leader? Have they ever talked about that with you?
Well, I mean, Radina has said that there's a leader of a clan. You know, here's what I have come to understand. I believe they live in family units, family-esque units.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Robin shared with me that there are at least 7 or 8 members of this family, and I have some names for them. Like Radina was the only girl in her sibling family, but she had brothers, you know. And for example, when she told me that they were going to move north, that they had fears there were too many people coming around them, people not taking care of the forest there and what have you, that they were going to drift north. She said that one of her brothers was going to stay, that he was going out to establish his own family unit, and that he had chosen to stay behind. that was really interesting to me. I didn't sense there was nothing negative about it really, but it sort of gave me a small sense that of how the hierarchy of the family units might work. And again, what do I know? I'm just a girl talking to talking to someone all the time. But um, they've not talked to me about governance of a clan or any of the sort of like unspoken laws of a clan. But I thought it was telling to your question, I thought it was telling that she said that one of her brothers was going to stay. He was not following them all. And then the mind speak I got down in Kentucky when he told me he was the leader of the clan of Mammoth. I mean, he flat up asserted that I am over all that is here and among us. He said that. He's like, he basically said, you're coming into my territory and I know that you're here and that I want you to know that you're safe and protected and you're acknowledged. I know that you're coming. But I had said before I left, I had in my head sort of had a little meditation kind of prayer where I just said, I'm coming to this new area. I know that you must be there. I come in peace. I want to be respectful of you. I don't know much about this area. I'm new here. And, please protect me and please acknowledge me. And he did. A very imperious voice acknowledged that request. And it's not the only time that he's ever talked to me, but it's not the type of friend relationship I have with Radina. It's more of an acknowledgement if I come into his area, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I wanted to ask you one more thing that I forgot. When you said when you first initially started connecting with him or whatever, the first area you said it had a funny feeling to it, right? But then when you went a little further in, you got a really good feeling. Can you describe that transition, or how did that how did that go?
I remember when we first moved there that I would actually come up to this area and feel such dread about it that I would turn around and I would walk or run the other direction. And I remember when I first took Tim there, he told me he felt the energy shift. So you come up out of this marsh and the hill starts to rise and it starts to curve around there. And that's where Tim felt the energy shift. And that's where I always felt it too. And maybe Jim will speak to this too. But as you sort of come into this area, but I finally forced myself with the sort of the notion, don't be stupid. Nothing will happen to you out here. Walk out there and see what you feel. And so my angel tree is off trail. It's not terribly far off trail, but I remember when I got out there, it felt a little foreboding because this is a very kind of tight pine stand, and then it sort of opens up into this area where there are a lot of hardwoods. What now?
That's a picture of it. That's a picture of it right there. That's taken from the tree into the forest.
Yeah. So it looked a little dark, but when I got out there and I saw the tree, I stood there and looked at that tree and I said, "You're an angel. You're an angel, and you are my angel tree now." I felt like the tree was the protector of this place. Like so here's a weird thing about that. It's related. So as the years went by, this tree is starting to come apart. It is a dead tree, and the elements are starting to get to it. And a burl fell out of it. A burl that's about I don't know, maybe 18 inches long, but a round burl. And I heard a voice that says, "Take it." And I did. I took this burl, this piece of wood, and I held onto it. And before I left Michigan, Tim, who's a super artist, Tim was a designer at Ford Motor Company, and he draws pictures, really beautiful pictures of Sasquatch. But he also crafts things like knives and what have you. I mean, amazing craftsman. He took my burl and he put like epoxy on it to protect it so it wouldn't, you know, fall apart over the years. And he mounted it on a stand for me. And I have it. I keep that burl. So this is very strange, but this is how much reverence I still have for that forest. I keep that burl in my office at work. Like, I want to look at it every day for what it represents, because that forest area there represents peace to me. I told my partner, Steve, I'm like, when I die, I want you to bury me at this tree. And he said, how am I supposed to get you out there? And I said, just put me in a suitcase and bend me over and roll me out there. And he's like, this is not a place that I can dig. And I said, we'll go in the dark because I love it so much. And it's kind of the start of a journey for me out there. And that's why I said that I just don't want to take people out there. You know, I should have said at the start of this talk that one of the people that I'm okay with going out there is Jim's son, Jack, who is super Squatch-tastically connected. They are very connected to him, and just, you know, he has been out there and has had experiences too, but he is just, I don't know, he's like the golden child out there. They love him. So I should have said that Jack has been out there too. But the area, that place, once I saw the tree and I looked at this area and I walked around, and it is a place of great reverence. It has to have some sort of symbology for those forest people out there. It opens up in a clearing, sort of like an amphitheater area. I have had sort of visions of this clan coming there and congregating there. I mean, I've never seen it with my eyes, although I've taken some pictures out there, and you know, I've caught a couple of faces out there, and we've seen some forest people. We've seen them. We've caught little glimpses of them out there. But I mean, it's just a magical place. It's the thing I miss most every day in the world, being there. Like, I could cry thinking about wanting to just be there, because it got so intensely spiritual for me. It's just a really special place, and I've never had that experience. And I'll just be honest. I mean, I've done some camping research expeditions out in Oregon and Washington State with people who I'm sure know far more than I do about all of this, and had some very weird things happen out there too that are related. But I'm not like a big forest lover. Like, I'm not a nature lover. I've never been that kind of person. I'm an uneasy camper. I'm not that kind of girl. I'm kind of a boofy girl. And my forest out there, though, sort of changed my thinking about nature a little bit. I definitely think that I would just say my personal Sasquatch experience, my forest people experience, has made me more appreciative to nature and the woods and sort of the spiritual realm of that area. I never considered that until all this had happened to me. So it's kind of been life-changing in that way, I would have to say. I'm sorry, I'm just yammering on here.
Can you find out? I have a picture from your forest. If we can share it, but it has Radina's brothers in the picture. Are they okay with us sharing that picture? It's the face I have sticking between you can see him looking at me through the trees.
She just said he won't mind, so you go right ahead.
Tell little Brad I said hi.
She said not to call her that. So yeah, you can show it. She just named him to me, so I know who it is. But she said he would probably like it. So just
right
there he is. There he is. Okay. I don't know if they can see him. Can you guys see that?
Right there.
Jim, point to it.
I'm trying. Right there. Right over my left shoulder, you can see him looking at me through the trees. You can see his nose and his eyebrow ridge. See the tree where it V's?
Yeah.
Just right above the V.
I can't see it, but I'm useless.
It's hard
at
to
that
share.
stuff. The only
It
time
is hard to- it's, you know, it's in a, he's right there. Let's see. Right there, right above my finger.
yeah,
And then a weird thing is if you look right up there, what's that look like?
A head?
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like a gray alien, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
yeah.
I'll share that. If it's okay with them, I'll share that on their Facebook page so people can look at it.
We all have our own gifts and way they connect with us. I'm pretty dense with stuff like that. I don't unless the picture's for me. Sometimes I'll see stuff in pictures no one else can see because it's just for me. But generally, when people show me stuff like that, I don't see anything.
You know, so I know that you have done really interesting writing around the glyphs and things that you have found over the years and stuff like that. And I had a really cool glyphing. I've gotten glyphs out in those woods for sure. We all have, and we would actually, Tim and Jim and I, we would glyph to them and what have you. And I came out to Washington State last fall. I was out on the peninsula there, the Quinault Forest. I think some of you might know what that is, that area, like the rainforest out in Washington State. And I was with a friend of mine. Her name is Courtney, and she was a collegiate diving champion, like a platform diving champion, and she now is a big yogi. She has like an Instagram page where she is doing lots of handstands and bending and what have you. And she was with me. She actually grew up in Olympia, Washington. She lives in Miami now, but we were out there together. So we decided we were going to pull off and we were going to go into the rainforest there in Washington and hike for a day. And we get out of our car and we just start walking, and it's very damp and mossy, and you know what it looks like if you've been there, very dense and what have you. And so we're just walking together, and we have to, there's no trail. I mean, we're literally just in the wilderness. And so we got to climb over a tree that has fallen down, and it's about up to my hips. And so I have to sit on it and swing my legs over. And Courtney has to do the same because she's shorter than I am. And so we do that, and we sort of stop to ground our feet, and we look down. And right there, under both of us, is a glyph. And it is unmistakable, and it's about a foot long, and it looks like a person trying to do a handstand. Like it literally, I mean, we looked at it for a while, and she's like, "Oh my God!" And I said, "That's for you. Glyphs are personal. That's for you." That's 100% acknowledgement that they know that you have come as a seeker in this forest, and they're acknowledging that they see you. I mean, she about had a little breakdown. She was just very emotional about it because you could see what it was. I mean, it was for her. And so that was a really special kind of glyph experience for us. And we took a lot of pictures while we were out there, and found a lot of faces in them. We knew for sure, that 100% sure, that we weren't ever alone out there. But that's just another example of them sort of following. You know, I knew they'd say something to her.
With
And-
everything
and
I
they
know
did.
about glyphs, there's no question that was for her.
Yes.
Absolutely
Yes, it
no
was.
doubt about it.
I have a picture of it, and I don't know if I have it here where I could share it like Jim has been sharing. I'm a technological dodo, but
I mean,
it's amazing.
I've had him do stuff like, and I won't go into the full story, but I've had him do stuff of like making glyphs of Susan and I in a tent, and them outside the tent watching us, like direct, like if somebody drew a drawing of it with, you know, it's just so amazing what they
Yeah.
do, how they connect with you.
Amazing.
Yeah.
No, it's just like they intercepted us. We picked a random spot to walk in the random woods, and immediately just had a confirmation. You know, I mean, that stuff is magical to me. I just,
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. It makes me emotional when I think
I wanted to
about it.
address something that you said and not skip past it. You said your friend almost broke down and started to cry, almost choked up. Well, that's some of one of the themes that I like to follow through on, and because the Sasquatch can be so present or precious or so deep that it's very hard to not sometimes feel like you're going to choke up or start to cry. Have you ever had those kind of experiences?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, 100%. It's kind of like a flood of emotional energy around you. But I think the stuff that makes me also emotional in that way is when I found out about the clan that was in my forest, and I found out who they were and that they were a family and that they had been there, I started to think about them differently, like just about how they exist and who they are and that they're very connected. And the fact that a little one would have been watching me for a long, long time and wanted my attention, so to speak. It's just like, the fact that she would want to communicate with me and that she was this little girl, and I mean that makes me super emotional too, because I feel their, this is a weird word, but I feel their humanity. Like I'm like, I'm really deeply aware that what we're dealing with is so much more than the surface. It just makes me cringe when I hear people have the ape talk, the big ape talk, and all of that kind of stuff. You know, I'm like, you have zero idea what you're dealing with, but it's something so far bigger than you that you're not going to be able to explain. So yeah, I mean, when I let myself go there, I definitely feel emotional, and part of it also too is like, how is it that this came to me? Why was I chosen to have this experience? It's like, here's Jim, who's had multiple sightings. It's like there's just no doubt what this is. How is it that they chose him? How did they find him? Did they find us? Did we find them? I mean, I have so many unanswered questions, and it's a little bit profound.
I still say that they brought you, I, Tim, Pat, Robin. They brought Jack. They all brought us together.
Yeah, because you think of the people that that I know now, who I mean, Jim and Tim are just the maybe among the finest people I've ever known in my life, and I mean, I just say that unequivocally. And I would never have known them if not for the forest people. I mean, we are connected in that way, and it's just so random, and yet it's probably not random at all.
I would say one more thing, although I'm not sure how you will wrap it around in with your Christian beliefs or whatever. You may not believe that, but I also believe that a lot of the people have known each other in past lives too, that are working with them now and are meeting and connecting now. It seems like it's a continuation of some work in some ways, or we've known each other. I've got that feeling meeting people like, well, I know I've known that person before. Like it's just like hits you. Like,
well, Brian, I'd say this to you. I've had this conversation with someone else, and I'm not I'm not a Christian who judges somebody else's sort of foundational spiritual beliefs either. Like, I'm not a my way or the highway girl. And so, people have said to me, well, you're a Christian, what do you think about Sasquatch and it being so paranormal? And I'm like, paranormal is a weird word too, but I mean, I'm like, if you read the Bible long enough, the entire Bible is paranormal. I mean, there are so many things that go on in the chapters of the Bible that would fit into the paranormal grid. So these are just like the words of man imposed on something. So, I mean, past lives, who am I to judge or not judge? But so I agree that there are no accidents. I believe that God is in every action of my life and is directing those actions. And that's why I have no kind of qualms of connecting my Sasquatch beliefs to my Christian beliefs. I mean, God is the God of every being and of every experience. And so, I have had mind speak conversations. I hate to even say conversations. I've had mind speak where a Sasquatch person has asserted we are of God, and I do believe that. I mean, and you know, this, what do I know? I know nothing more than anyone. I'm just a girl walking this earth trying to get some knowledge and move it on along. But I definitely believe they are of God. I mean, and that will stay with me forever for lots of reasons. But I mean, yeah, I have been connected to people who are very, I've learned things, you know, from Jim and Tim, just about people in life that are pretty powerful for me. And I just can't deny that. And other people too. I keep meeting really interesting people who are engaged in this. And when they all tell their stories about how they got connected, it's amazing. And so unexplainable. Like, I just have this network of friends all over the country now who are involved in this. And 10 years ago, if you would have told me that I would be absorbed in this kind of world and this kind of thinking, I would have laughed you under the table and said, that's just ridiculous and stupid. So
Yeah.
Well, you're speaking about another theme that it's emerging out of the Pork and Bean Show, and that is the sort of the truer Christians, or the soft Christians, the spiritual Christians. We have people who go out and pray for the Sasquatch, and they see 20 Sasquatch a night come to them because they're that kind of a person, that kind person. And another guy who's been going out for 11 years and always does a prayer with his people, and he's had 100 sightings, 130 sightings in 11 years. So this deep Christian prayer and reverence is completely compatible with high connection and high interaction. You know, it takes some certain type of soft-hearted, very moral person to be able to be in constant contact with the Sasquatch people. I don't think they'll put up with anybody who's flippy flop, you know?
I think that, no, I have come to believe that they have, one of their qualities is they have discernment of people's hearts. They know. I think they know. They come to people who have an open heart, you know, and who would respect and not judge, and they find those people. I think that's how I know they know people's intentions. And somebody else, I've heard this question, you know, do you think there's some bad ones? I'm like, well, I think with all beings, all sentient beings, there are people who maybe are quote unquote bad. But what I think about the forest people is that I think that they act out. We see acting out kind of things that might be perceived as aggressive when they know that people have ill intentions toward them. It's like, you come in the woods with a firearm and you have this in the back of your mind. If I see one of these things, I'm going to take it out and be a hero. I'm like, okay, they know that straight up, and they're going to dissuade you, whatever that means. But you know, what do I know? But I just feel like that they have a certain quality about them that allows them to read people's hearts. I think that's how I'm going to describe it in my experience.
No
I
question
agree.
about it. It's a fact. That's a fact in my mind.
I agree.
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, they interact with people differently according to how you perceive them and how you respect them and whatever. Like, for instance, you know, just on a simple example is, you know, if a Sasquatch throws a rock out at me and lands on the path, I'm thinking, wow, my friends are here, and right from day one, and it's a beautiful, wonderful, magical thing. Other people will, like, they'll want to get their gun and they'll say, hey, you know, like they'll get like they're attacking them or something. So I mean, you're definitely going to get a different response, right?
You know, Jim, the people that Jim and I had camped with, he was talking about with the whippoorwill incident and the handprint and all of that. I'm not going to say their names here, but they were out a few weeks ago, and it was getting dark, and they had a ways to hike out. And there's a husband and wife, and the wife got hit with a rock. She got hit pretty hard with a rock, and it scared the devil out of her. It scared her. And when they finally got back to the trailhead, they heard the chatter. they heard like giggling kind of, chatter, and you guys probably know what that means. And she was afraid. This shook them up. But here's what I think. I don't think it's a negative afraid. What I think it really is, it's like in a human brain, you're now you are confronted with the fact that what you think you are seeing is really, really real, because it takes a hand or something to toss a big rock at somebody to get their attention. And so now you know that something is right there with you. And I think that unless you've sorted out that in your mind, that's scary. That is scary. And so you could judge it as aggressive or attention getting. Which is it? And so I think for some people, that it scares them, but it also helps them sort it out in their mind. Okay, hey, this happened, and it's real, and there's no denying that it just happened. So what is it? And so I think that's the journey that people get on. So at first you're scared of being in the woods, and I mean the very first sighting that I had was not in Michigan; it was in Oregon, and it scared me so bad. This was at night. Scared me so bad that I literally could not pick up my feet. Like I'm talking about, I felt like that there was concrete on the bottom of me. I couldn't move. I was immobilized. I was so afraid. But that was just the beginning of my journey. And so now I think my reactions are just different, because now I understand what I'm dealing with, when before I was just like, oh my God, this is a giant mountain ape that's going to come out of that tree line and is going to beat me down and eat me, which is beyond stupid. But when you see something that's that large, just in real life, to get an eyeball on it, that's the staggering part of it, because it's just outside of your sort of, I don't know, your sort of framework for what lives among you, I guess. I mean, that sounds weird, but
yeah. You were mentioning time loss and glyphs and whatever and stuff like that. I just wanted to say that they will actually, as far as time goes, they will know that they can know something like even 5 years in the past. They know that you're going to come up with an understanding or a meaning or what's going to happen 5 years before it happens. And I'm not just saying 5 years, I'm just putting a number out there, but in the past or whatever, because that's happened with me so many times. So it speaks to the no time kind of thing, and just how involved they actually are,
sometimes I think that the time loss thing is them projecting energy on you and dropping you, because they may not want you to observe something, or I think that losing time stuff is for a reason. I've talked to other people for whom it has happened. It's like, I think it's kind of they can use that quality with people for a reason, I think.
But I'm also saying that the barriers of time, like the present, the past, and the future for us, we can't access them all at once. They can access them all at once. It's like it doesn't really, they don't have those boundaries. They will know 5 years before something happens that you're going to find something 5 years in the present that's going to make sense, that's going to click.
I can shed some light, I think, on that. One of my discussions I had with Robin, now I'm naturally a skeptical person, so when I first met Robin, I met her with Tim and Andrea were there, and that day she spent most of her time just talking with Tim and Andrea. She essentially ignored Jack and I except for pleasantries, and she turned to us at the end of the day and said, just so you know, on your trip you're going on, a Bigfoot is going to go with you and watch over you. Now, for his 17th birthday and for his high school graduation, him and I went on a 6-week cross-country road trip, visiting national parks, hiking, backpacking, stuff like that. So we got in the car with Andrea, and we were like, yeah, whatever. Stick him in the back of my vehicle. How's he going with us, kind of thing. Robin had conversations with me after that where she said things to me that let me know she was legitimate. She told me at one point that the Foot have known Jack before he was born. They knew of him. And And going back to what Andrea said, that he's squatch-tastic. If you know my son, he's got a very old soul. And they call him the golden one, is what they say about him. And she told me that they showed her images of me riding on a tricycle, which every little kid has a tricycle, in front of a greenhouse. Now, we're all about the same age. Think back to the 60s. There weren't a lot of greenhouses. They were white, they were brick, they were brown, right? Do you remember a greenhouse in your neighborhood? I don't have pictures on my social media of a greenhouse. There's no way Robin could have pulled that out. It wasn't a common color. Both locations I lived, we had greenhouses. Both. And she said that the clan leader, where I do my stuff at, the one that's my friend, he told her that they've been watching over me since I was a child. And they didn't make themselves known to me until I was 42 years old, you know, in a real way. So
Yeah.
that's what you were saying about time. Time doesn't mean anything to them. And the
No.
actual one who was watching me was his grandfather that lived in the forest behind my house. So his grandfather watched over me and just kind of passed down through. And here I am, 70 miles south of where I lived, and I run into the one that watches over, you know, I run into him. How's that? Think about that. The astronomical coincidence is involved in that. So I agree. I don't think time is anything to them. Well, Andrea, what is it Robin said, that they tell you when it's time? So this will happen
She-
when it's time. Yeah.
Yes, that everything happens to you on their time in terms of what they want to share with you and how they want to share it with you. You are not in control. And I think that that's 1,000 times true. It's like they're going to do what they have decided is okay to do, how much they share with you, or blah, 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 blah. I mean, I just think the over under is they also, I think, and Robin has said this too, but that they share with you when they think you're ready to have this information. You know, I think they come to people, you know, when they think you are ready. They give you as much as they think you can handle. That's probably the best way to say it.
Or another way of saying it is they don't really they won't push you past your state of fear. You've got to kind of, you know, they don't interact with you in a state of fear as much.
Yeah, they don't
Yeah,
say,
so-
well, you'll find out in January. They say when it's time.
Yeah.
You know. Sorry,
Yeah.
Andrew, didn't you step on
No.
you?
You know, I told you guys about the first sighting that I had, and I was very remote and not with a lot of people when I had this sighting at night. And after it occurred, I still had to stay on that hillside and finish camping. I wasn't coming off the hillside. I had to stay up there. And I was in absolute fight or flight kind of mode at that point. I remember thinking, I'm gonna die up here. I'm gonna be killed, and no one is gonna figure this out, which was ludicrous, of course. But then the next night that I was up there, you guys have experienced this, I think. I was walking around and I got hit with that floral smell, just that crazy kind of flower pheromone. That's what I call it. Just
Yeah.
enveloped in it, and it was 39 degrees. It was in October, and it smells like the perfume counter at a department store, just all over me. And I'm like, I think that that happening to me was sort of their way of saying, don't be fearful. We do beautiful things. You know, I'm going to push this really beautiful energy to you in a feminine way and let you experience it. And I think that was almost a communication to kind of take down my absolute kind of staggering anxiety about being there. I mean, and there's just no way to explain it. You know, where is this fragrance coming from? I mean, it didn't even make any sense in a literal sense, and there it was, and it felt really shocking at first. But now that I look back, I think that I was allowed to have that experience sort of as a calming, beautiful thing. And I look back at it now in a different way, but I think that they do things for you. Like Jim, when you had that handprint on the back of the Jeep the next morning after us being out in the woods, I definitely, I just think that was their sweet acknowledgement. Like, this is Jim's car, and I want him to know that we saw him here, that we were with him. And I mean, again, nothing they do is by accident. That was not random. Not random.
Yeah, I put it up so you can see it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and the thing is, in that campground, there were probably, what, 10 people camping in that campground?
Yeah, not very many.
And the people that we were with, I was the biggest person. So that's bigger than my handprint. So it wasn't anybody who was around us, you know. But, I mean, Andrea, in your forest, I've actually smelled vanilla and cinnamon, you know, in the wintertime. You're walking along a trail and you get hit with vanilla and cinnamon. It's like, what the heck?
No, that's happened to me out there too in the woods. The floral smell. I was just referencing the very first time I ever smelled it. So, yeah.
I was walking out of your forest one night by myself. It was probably 11 o'clock. It was in the fall, so it was in the 40s, 50s in the temperature. And I just, out of nowhere, I get blown on the side of my head. I get this hot breath hits me in the side of the face. And my first thought was that I just get farted on by a raccoon, you know, because then I turn and I look, and there's no tree next to me. It's wide open. So that wasn't an animal that breathed on me or anything like that. And it came down at an angle at my head. And so something very large went like that at me when I walked by. It was pretty fun.
Yeah. So you associate that floral smell with the female too, so do I.
I do.
Yeah. Males. I think the vanilla cinnamon is a male.
Well, one time I had it so strong, it was burning my nose, throat, and eyes. And then about a week after that, I think that's when the female really connected in with me. There was some kind of connection that went on there. And then about a week later, I heard her shuffling in the bush, and I got my love zap, which was my universal knowing kind of thing. A massive, crazy, all-knowing kind of experience. And it happened just after the perfume. And I know that. And I also knew it was her in the bush when I got that. So yeah, I associate that with females too. I mean, it's actually very, you know, people say, you know, well, I hate being critical, you know, I hate saying anything derogatory about Sasquatch. And that's why even that red-headed comment, I knew it wasn't true, but I just thought, you know, stupid. I just thought I'd put it by you. But, you know, when people say they smell or whatever, I think that sometimes they put that up because they just want you to let them know that you're there. But my experience is the females have a very pleasant fragrance.
You know, what you were saying about the negative and people being afraid and the redhead thing. If you think about our experiences, mine, Andrea's, yours, when we're in the forest, we're out there to experience something, to connect.
Yeah.
People who are just out there hiking and all of a sudden this monster from their dreams walks across their path, that frightens them. They're not expecting it. So they immediately put an emotion on that of that's a bad thing because it scared me because I wasn't ready for it. Mm-hmm. We don't have that negative experience because we're expecting it. We're looking for it. And I believe that that's the biggest difference. Why if somebody says a redhead one is they're meaner, they're more aggressive versus maybe one that has black hair. That's because they're putting their emotion on the red hair one because they didn't experience it. You know, they weren't expecting it to happen and it frightened them. So the only way they can justify it, well, it frightened me, so it must be bad. Not that I was not being aware, okay, or I wasn't paying attention. We push our emotion onto them. And that's why I think when I go out, my head's always on the swivel. I'm always paying attention. I walk slow. I don't look at the ground. And I'm always aware of around me because I want to experience things. And that's why we have so many experiences, Miss Andrea and I and Tim, because we're slow when we move. We don't blast through the forest. We're not throwing trash on the ground. We're not, being disrespectful of the forest. We're being aware of the forest. And that's why I don't think that's why I've never been scared, is because I'm always aware.
That's
You know?
funny how you're saying your faith was never on the ground, because with me personally, because I got started with the glyphs and they did a big teaching with me with the glyphs, I don't think my face ever came off the forest path for about the first
Well,
3 or 4 years.
I'm not saying I don't look down. I do look down, you know, but when I'm walking a path, I'll look down 20, 30, 40 feet ahead of me to make sure there's nothing I'm going to trip over.
Right.
And then I'm looking around and my eyes are up, because, you know, you always will catch movement out of the corner of your eye. Or you'll look over and you'll see one tree peak from around a tree at you, you know. And if you're looking at your feet, like most people do, and here's a great story about that. In one of my other places I go, I took a friend of mine with me he's an Ojibwe. He's from the res right up in Canada. And we were walking the trail and he was showing me tracking things, and we had stopped and there was a brush, in Michigan, we have massive undergrowth in our forest. There was a pile of brush and he was like, there's a game trail on the other side of this. And he was showing me why, and I walked around and sure enough, there was a very well-used game trail. So I told him, I said, I'm going to follow this and see where it goes. And now this leads to a great story. I won't tell it right now. And he stayed at the trail. And right next to the trail was a very large maple tree. He sat down next to the tree in plain view of the trail. He said probably 20 people walked by him and not a single one looked at him and acknowledged him, because they were all looking down at their feet. So how many people walk by a forest person in the forest and don't even know they're there? He's standing right next to a tree. So that's the moral of the story.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that I probably would have had it took me 3 or 4 years before I saw my first one, because they're not really visual, these guys, too much. They're more teachers and spiritual, and because of the area they're in a very public area. They can't be, but I'm sure I would have seen one maybe in my first year or so if I hadn't. Like, my face was literally constantly on looking down, because I was finding glyphs and messages everywhere, right? And it was just like that's what I was focused on. But yeah,
your first sighting is always for me, it was like, I still think about it and it's just amazing, the first sighting we had.
my first sighting was my clan leader, and there was his glyph and his signature was involved in it. He wanted us to see it, and then we looked up and there he was watching us, and I'm getting energy right now, and it was just like, it tied a lot of stuff together.
I wonder if
a lot of stuff together for me.
If that isn't policy for them or tradition, that the first sighting is the clan leader when you're supposed to see them, not like an accidental somebody oopsed in the forest type thing. But when they intentionally show themselves to you, I wonder if it's always the clan leader first. You know?
Is that your experience?
Well, my first was my clan leader, and the one who supposedly is the guardian. I don't like to use the terms my guardian. He's just my buddy, but he was the first one I saw. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. It's interesting though. What do you think, Andrea? I mean,
the first Sasquatch that I ever saw didn't communicate with me in the way that it's happened for me now. I don't know that I have a connection to that person. I think why I got to see it is because I had been sort of focused on it and trying to learn more and trying to sort of partition in my mind. Could this be real? Is this real? Is it not real? Like I said, I'm a journalist. I like concrete things. I like to know, and I think I was sort of allowed to see this Sasquatch. So there would never be any doubt that what you were dealing with wasn't actual. You know, this is before I ever explored sort of the spiritual component of it at all. This is just at the very beginning when I was just like, you know, I want to see one. I want to see one. Are they real? Are they real? And the way it sort of happened, I wasn't mentally prepared for it to happen, even though I wanted it to happen. I know that sounds strange, but I mean, I wasn't prepared for what I would see. It just floored me. But I also didn't understand at that time what I was dealing with at all. Now I have so much better kind of knowledge, and I think of it far differently than the first time I saw it. So
it's kind of interesting too, because they can people might have actually had a sighting or whatever, but they don't realize it because, I mean, they can appear in animal form as, you know, as ravens, as owls, as deers and stuff. And for instance, I mean, I had one walk right across the path in front of me, except it was like, I didn't see it at first, but when it was almost halfway across, it just fully materialized, walking across the path. Like I saw it, you know, full body. And my friend saw a little dog because they didn't want him to see a Sasquatch. He wasn't ready to see them. So they showed themselves to him as a small dog. So,
Yes.
you know, so they can shapeshift and, you know, we might have seen them more often than we know, but we don't see them. We only see them in the form or how they feel that we're ready to accept them as, or how they want to be seen.
Well, Jim, I know Jim has had experiences where he's seen like not even a full body, but something materialized that's less than that. Jim, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yep. I was down in the research area in southern Michigan, and there's a place where we go. We pull in. We're about 2 miles back down a dirt road back from the main road. There's no houses within miles of us. There's, to just describe it, to the east is swamp. To the north and west is old growth forest. To the south is forest. About a half a mile south is a rustic campground, and that's what that dirt road leads into. And I was sitting there one night, and I got out of my truck, and I always play Native American flute music when I'm out. They seem to like that. And I was playing I got out of the truck, and I hear boom, 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 big footsteps on the hillside. Turn on some flute music, and it stopped moving. I turned it off. He started moving again. So we played that little game. And finally I said, you know, you can come down here and listen to the music if you want. I'll leave it on for you if you come down here. And I saw him come off the hillside down to the road and cross the road. But all it was long brown hair on legs from the knees down. From the knees up, he was gone. And he walked into the swamp, and I could hear him squat down about 10 feet away from me. And I was playing the music. And as I turned the music off to see what would happen, all of a sudden this young tree just starts shaking wildly. You know, he's just shaking the tree. And I turned the music back on, the tree stopped. But so yeah, I saw him walk across the road, just knees down, long brown hair.
That's amazing. I mean, let me emphasize that more for our viewers. You're about the sixth or seventh person that I've heard of seeing Sasquatch half invisible and half visible. And I just want to emphasize that because that's mind blowing. That is interesting. That needs to be part of the lexicon of what Sasquatches can do.
Well,
Yeah.
To me, what in a conversation I had with a person who's familiar with this stuff, we kind of discussed it. And it almost feels like it was a younger one that didn't have full control yet of his ability to, you know, move his energy out of our visual spectrum. Because I don't think they fully disappear. I think they can just shift their energy where our eyes can't see them anymore. And I don't think he had full control yet, so he wasn't fully gone. That's kind of what where we kind of landed on that subject. Now, I could be wrong. It could have been intentional. He wanted me to see his lower legs and not the rest of him. But that little spot there, I had my first real wild experience by myself there. And a friend of mine said, you need to go there and sit by yourself and let them test you. And he's in their apes camp, right? And they'll test you and see if you're worthy. So I go and I sit there. About 10 o'clock, the supermoon, it was the night of a supermoon, comes up. And I hear from my south, I hear whoop, 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 3 big loud whoops. And then from the west, I hear a whoop. There's a lake off to the west, come across the lake. And it started and it went on for probably an hour and a half. If you've ever worked in your yard and you lift something heavy and you drop it, and you hear that thud in the ground, I would hear a wood knock to the west and a thud to my north. And it was just whoop. It was like knock, thud, knock, thud. It was continuous. They would be about 20 seconds apart. And it got my attention going in those, staying west and north. And directly behind me, I got the samurai chatter very loud. And I literally jumped out of my skin. I don't ever get scared in the woods, but it startled me. And I turned around and there's nothing there because it was in the swamp. And I laughed and I said, okay, you got me, good one. And I went back to the knock thump. And then about 11:30, I hear a crack and a tree fall. And a big whoop from the north. And everything went silent. It was almost like Dad was saying, okay, you've had your fun. Now it's time to come home, kids. And the next night I had to go. And I went back down and I walked up the hillside where I heard the trees snap. And sure enough, there was a tree about that big around, freshly snapped. And I'm standing there looking at it. And I look up and there's a hole in the undergrowth where you could look right down to where I was standing. So I'm thinking something was standing right there watching me. So I put a glow stick in the hole, ran down to where I was at, and looked up, and I couldn't see the glow stick because of the angle. So he was able to stand up there and look at me, but I couldn't see him. And that was a wild night. That was I was out there by myself, and you know, for someone from probably normies, that would be very frightful. But for me, it was quite fun listening to them just communicate back and forth like that, testing me or having fun with me. But then at the end, hearing Dad go snap, big whoop, and everything stopped. That was what kind of cemented it for me that was something going on. That was a good night.
Yeah.
So, and that's the same place where the one came down off the hillside, and all I saw was brown legs. You know.
Do they put thoughts in your head? And then this is what they do with me a lot. I'm wondering if you guys.
No,
experience it.
I'm a muggle. I don't get thoughts in my head. Stuff like that.
I'll get a thought in my head, and then immediately, right at my feet, there's the answer. Like, I wonder if it's like this, and then there's a cliff with the answer there, or there's something else. It's like thought placement and the answer. It's like they're guiding you to discovery or whatever. Anything like that with you, Andrea?
Yes, there have been times when I've been in the woods and had thoughts kind of placed in my head where I knew that there would be interaction. Like I knew that they were going to be there, they were going to be around, and we're going to. I mean, maybe not literally show themselves, but I just knew that they were going to be around. Like this, I shared at the top of our discussion today about Steve and I going up in the mountains of West Virginia and hiking. And I knew as soon as I got up there that we were going to have some kind of experience. Like I felt like thoughts were put in my head, not literally about the specifics of the experience, but that, you know, that they were going to find us up there. You know, I wasn't sure how this would go down. I didn't know if they would vocalize. I didn't know they would leave feathers and stuff like that. But I feel like that they do, if you're connected to them, sometimes they will let you know. I've had strange things to happen to me where I don't know if anyone has ever had this, where I've been touched. You know, I was touched inside my house once. In bed, woke up, and something was holding me down. I was touched when I was slept outside once on a camp out. Something came up and poked me. You know, those kind of things. So when this experience occurred to me in my house, where I felt like something was holding me down, I woke up feeling that something was in my room and holding me down. I had done something before that. I had asked them to come closer to me and let me know that they were around. And this is when I was living in Michigan in the woods, blah, 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 blah. You know, and so what has come closer to me? Well, I guess someone interpreted that literally, and that scared me to death when it happened. It was very notable because when it was occurring, my dog was sleeping there in the room with me. She was on the floor, and I woke up to being pinned down, being held down, and the dog was low growling, like like she knew there's something in the room. That I never saw, but I think, you know, I tell people who have not been in this world very long. Be careful what you ask for, because if it's because I think they're listening, and sometimes I think that they do respond like that. Like, you ask them for interaction or a sign or to come closer to you, and they're like, okay.
Yeah.
And it happens to people, and then you're like, maybe not that close. Maybe that was too close. I don't know. That's what I said at first. I'm like, okay, not in my house. Like, not in my house, you guys. And the very next night after the in-house episode, which scared me so bad, by the way, that I sat up in my bed. I was alone in the house. Steve was traveling. I sat up in my bed until it got daylight. I was paralyzed after that happening to me. But the very next night, and I said to them after it happened, I'm like, you're scaring me to death. Do not do that to me. This can't, don't do that. That's more than I can handle right now. I did say that to them. The very next night, I was awakened at the same time of night, about 3. Everything happens at 3 in the morning. It's a weird thing, but they were outside in the back of the house whooping, and more than one of them just whooping at 3 in the morning. So they're like, well, we came back, but we just didn't come inside because you said not to come inside. And but it was almost like, yeah, we're still out here. We heard you loud and clear. And so I'm almost loath to share these experiences because it's like one night I feel like something has been in the house with me, and then the next night it's right outside my door. And so, but I've had that kind of strangeness happen. So there you go. I guess I'm out with it.
That's but usually when you ask them, don't scare me or don't do this or whatever, they'll listen, right? So that's a positive affirmation and a good message. I mean, we're
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I it did scare me, but then typically when I get scared, I go back and I rethink it. Like, what did this mean, and what was really going on here? And I get into a better headspace. Other than they weren't real. They didn't want to scare you. This is something else. So, I'm sure other people might see it differently, but that's how I see it for me.
I just want to make a quick question to Mike here, or Mr. Beans. Mr. Beans, Robin's been trying to get on, but she says the link's not working for her. Can you help her somehow, or can you send it to her maybe, or she wants to come on the show, but she's just having a problem.
Okay.
I mean, I sent her the link. She said it's not working for her, so I thought maybe.
They got. I'll work on it, but I have a something I want to add before I go away and address her. For me, I never went into the woods. I still don't go into the woods, but that I'm being given experiences, and then I have to dwell on those experiences, think about them, and come to conclusions. And what does that mean? What does it mean if I'm touched, or what does it mean if I'm poked with some energy? What does that? That means that they're invisible, that they're here, that they're with me. And if they're in my house, right? I go, if they're in my house, well, once I realized that they could come into my house, because they would knock on my door on the outside and throw rocks at my house and stuff, I formally invited them into my house. I said, well, listen, if you're going to be in my house, I might as well invite you in, give you my permission. You can come in my house anytime. It's all right. I trust you. And then later on, I realized that they were in my head. They were in my feelings. They knew what I was thinking and feeling. And I took it a step further, and I said, well, if you're going to come in my house and you can completely come inside my head at any time, I'll just invite you in. I invited them into my inner being. And I said, I trust you. You're my brothers. You're my spiritual family. If you want to come inside me and help me or talk to me or be inside me, it's okay. And that's kind of like a level of trust. But the point I was making is that so much of what they do is symbolic of much, much deeper things. You're basically having invisible beings most of the time interacting with you, and we have to process that. So do you have like a process, or you guys have a process that you go through of when something paranormal or something touching or something very, moving happens, do you go back and dwell on it and sort it out and connect the dots and take a teaching from it?
I try, part of me, I try to put it in context, I think I know that they're not trying to scare me. Now I feel like they're trying to say something to me, and I may or may not understand exactly what they're trying to say to me, but I don't think that they're trying to scare me. I think when I have overt things that happen in the woods, if I'm with a group of people and somebody puts a tree down, my first thought isn't that they're trying to hurt or scare me. It's just different, and so I sort of rationalize that they just want you to know that they were around you, close to you. I don't, but I think it's just like human brain thinking to try to get something in a human brain space. And to your point of there's always a broader meaning to something, I do agree with that. I think that there is probably a bigger message. I think the issue is with us, just a human brain trying to accept or interpret that. They're always kind of talking to you about something. It's just your capacity to get that. So
I'm more basic than Andrea and you people, and most of you are. When something happens to me, I say, "Oh, cool," and I share it with my pack, my tribe, and then I move on. I don't dwell on it. I don't think about it, because I think if anything from this conversation, Brian, you said you like glyphs. They give you glyphs, right? Andrea is more of an emotional person. She's an academic. She's a thinker. She's a feeler, more so than I am. She gets mind speak and she gets emotions. Me, I like to have experiences, and I get experiences. A couple weeks ago, I said to them that I haven't heard from my clan in months. It's been a quiet summer. Then I had 3 things happen, boom, 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 over the course of a couple days.
Oh.
And I was like, I laugh. I'm like, okay, you guys let me know you're around. And then I'm back on what I'm doing in life. Andrea was saying about Tim, when we go out, Tim will say he'll ask for tracks or ask for them to show themselves. I don't do that. I don't ask them to do anything for me. It's like I wouldn't ask my friend to do something for me. I'm not going to ask them to do something for me. So I don't walk into the woods and go, hey, show me you're here. Show me a something. Show me a that. I just let it naturally happen. That's just kind of me. That's what works for me. Brian, you were saying you think they shapeshift. I was in the woods last week, new woods. I'd never been in it. And I had 2 Jack Russell Beagle Terriers who were brothers. They both now have since passed away. I was walking through the woods and these 2 dogs come out of nowhere. The spitting images of my dogs, with the exception of they were about half the size, again, larger. I mean, the same markings, the same colorings. And I was like, what are you 2 strays doing out here? And when I told Andrea about it, she goes, oh, they were talking to you. The foot were, letting you know, because when I walked into that woods, I was thinking about my dogs and how they'd love to walk in the woods with me. And then 10 minutes later, boom, there's these 2 dogs that run out of nowhere. And they wouldn't come near me. They stayed off to the side. I mean, I was trying to call them in case they were strays. I was going to help them. And so I thought that was kind of interesting. That's the kind of stuff that happens to me. And then I move on.
I think we all have different, and we I don't want to say infringe or we all
Expectations.
Similar experience, they work with us according to our strengths or whatever. Like, I mean, I get energy and I feel and all that stuff too. But I mean, the glyphs is how they kind of started me on that journey. But like for instance, I've never been touched by them. And I'm out in the woods almost every day, and I had people out camping with me. We had unbelievably amazing experiences. Like, this is just a mind-blowing story I won't get into right now, but this one guy who was out with me, he says his experience is that they touch him, okay? And so while we were out there, they touched him 3 times, and but not me. It's
Mhm.
just how they, they just figure out this works best with you, and this is how we're going to do it, right? So
Yeah, I've had this where they'll do this on my top of my head because you
yeah,
can see I've got a 5 head now, maybe going into a 6 head,
yeah.
and they'll do that on top of my head. I've felt that before. I've had my butt pinched
But
out
I
in the
mean,
wind.
if they're around me or whatever, sometimes I can feel the energy so strong that I'm vibrating, like I'm just my whole body is like energized. So it's just all different according to how they want to interact with the individual.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Great.
so that X behind you, Jim, that's Andrea's.
That was out. I took that. Oh God, 2-3 years ago out in her forest. Yeah.
What does it mean to you? Does it have a meaning for you? Do you or no?
When I see a standing X, to me it means don't go this way. Like it's almost like that's something that's theirs over there. They don't want us going that way. If it's ground level, then that to me means that's communication. They're welcoming, you know, me to look for that and to keep moving. But when I see something that large off in the distance, it's like that's kind of like a territorial boundary to me. Or you'll see breaks, the broken trees. If you see 3 or 4 of them all in the same direction, I think of those as pointers. They're pointing you towards something or pointing themselves towards something. That's
Yeah.
just what I mean. Do you see it as something different?
Well, an X for me is friendship welcome, but that's just because they personalize them for people who they're working with. When they're working with you through glyphs, they will personalize the meaning for you because it's a telepathic thing.
I see a lot of X's on the ground. I
Yeah.
find many of them on the ground. But when I see the big ones like that and off the side, like back in the tree line, I kind of just, okay, you don't want me over there. I get it. And I keep doing where I'm at. And I find other stuff where I'm at. So that's just how I take it. I could be completely wrong. Maybe I'm missing out on experiences because I don't go that way.
And there is different kinds of mind speak too. Like, I mean, mind speak, and like Robin is coming on now, as spoke of this as well. But like when I asked you, Andrea, if you get like a thought placement and then the answer right away, like that's kind of like mind speak in a way, because like what I actually meant is like I wonder if it's like this, and then literally the answer is right there, like immediately, like like for instance, one time I was just to give you an example, I'm looking at some structures. And Sasquatch will utilize whatever is available. So people say, there's cut logs or there's string or something in them, and I say, I don't care what's in them. They'll use whatever's available. They're just, they'll just use whatever is at hand. But I'm still walking out there and I'm thinking, string structures. You still get that. I wonder. And then as soon as I thought that, right below my feet, or it's actually right below my friend's feet, but not 9 times out of 10 it'll be just myself, but it's the same thing basically. As soon as I thought that, like instantaneously, I wonder, there was my friend said, look at this, and there was a glyph right there beside us, right at our feet, and it was a T glyph, perfect T glyph, which is a very common one for them. But the horizontal piece was a peel stick, which is very common, right? Which is, like what they normally use with the glyphs with me. But the vertical piece, which was perfectly centered and touching, was the same string that I was just thinking about. I wonder if they use string in these, and it was like, dummy, yeah, we do. Like that's how they give. That's somehow how it works with me. Like they give you the answer immediately. Like, yeah, we do. And that to me is like, that's like out of this world, because they know what you're thinking. They can place a thought in your head, and then instantaneously, because of no time, they can have the answer right at your feet. So that's I find that remarkable. And that's not just one separate incident. That happens all the time. Like for instance, when I saw that guy walking across the path and fully materialized in front of me later that day, I was at a special place, and I thought, geez, I wonder if there's a glyph here. I wonder if they left me a glyph. And it was night. I had a little swivel headlamp on. And so I turned the headlamp on, and it just happened to be facing to the ground below me. And as soon as I turned it on, instantaneously, there was a 4 glyph there. Perfect. And that's Forschna. And he was telling me, yes, I was with you the whole time. That was me who walked across the path. That was me who was with you, interacting with you guys for the entire time. So their abilities are just beyond imagination.
I have one who whistles to me. It's a very flat, monotone, single note whistle. I can't whistle like it, but it's very flat, very monotone. And I've actually recorded it and taken it to Michigan State University to their ornithology lab and had them tell me what kind of bird it is. And they don't recognize it. There's no bird in Michigan that whistles like that. And when I'm thinking about my friend, I'll be like, I wonder if he's around. I'll open my back door and I'll hear this whistle,
Yeah.
in the woods. Or I'll hear it from across the woods, across the street. Just this flat, monotone, just one time. All it happened. Or he'll do it over and over and over and over again until I do it back. It's like, are you going to respond? Are you going to respond? And it stops. And so that started a couple years ago now. And every now and then it'll happen when I'm thinking about him or I haven't heard from him in a while. All of a sudden I'll hear this whistle and I'll be like, hey, how you doing? I'll whistle back to him and off he goes. So I think that's pretty cool. Like I said, they'll communicate with us in so many different ways. Because he can't get through this noggin and give me mind speak. It's just not. It's just concrete,
Yeah, but mind speak, like I said, isn't just a voice in your head. It can be a thought placement or whatever too, and sometimes maybe you're getting it and you're not recognizing it.
Well, from conversations with people with Pat, it may be I don't want it because I know that once I can start doing it, anything can speak with you. And I've done ghost hunting, I've done paranormal investigations, and I don't want to deal with the darker stuff. I don't want to deal with the dead. If you could tell me I could do that, and I could just my foot plan, let's go. But I don't want to speak to anything coming into my head when it wants.
Personally, for me, I understand that, and I respect that. But with me, I can tell what's interacting with me through the energy. If it's bad or whatever, I'm going to know.
Yeah, that's what I've been told also. That's what they've said to me also.
So
But
I'm okay with that. But
doesn't want to do
yes,
it.
I can understand your point of view.
Don't have change, sweetie. Everybody's been wanting change.
I wasn't gonna ask. I don't know why I pulled that out. I better be careful.
Thank you so much. You have a good
You
day.
can hear Robin Zoo in the background.
I'm here.
That Robin, you're a
Robin's
pill.
got her mic on while she's chatting to her neighbors.
You're a
No,
pill,
I
Robin.
can't. It doesn't show up on here. Actually, I had a customer. Sorry, guys.
Am I allowed to say that? You're a pill.
Yeah, it doesn't show me on here. I can't even see me.
Hey,
Oh, there we go.
how about we do
Now I
something
can see
How
ya.
about we do something fun here? Everybody tell a little short story about their funniest experience or their with Sasquatch or the funniest thing that because we all know they have a sense of humor, right?
Oh, they have a wicked sense of humor.
How about you, Andrea? You want to start?
Sure.
The funniest Sasquatch story.
Okay, so I'm out in my woods that I've been talking about all day. I for a long time I played the gifting experience kind of thing, and I took an apple out. I used to take an apple with me every time I'd go, and so I went out to the angel tree, and beside the angel tree there's a log that's nearby, and that's always where I put gifting things, on this log. So I put one red apple there. And I got up to leave, and I walked down the trail away from this area, and I hiked for maybe, I don't know, maybe an hour. I just went to other places, but I came back the same way. I came back the trail that passes back past the angel tree. And when I came back, that apple that I had put out there was still there, but it had a giant bite out of it, and the bite had teeth marks.
Mhm.
And what was really ridiculous was it's just sitting there in the same place, and it's not brown or anything. So something bit it with teeth and left it there, and there it was sitting in front of me, and I was like, that's hysterical. It's like you didn't take the apple, you put it back there, so hoping I would notice that you did that. And so that always cracks me up. I'm like, there's no way. I mean, how in the world did that happen? I mean, it's crackers.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I have a story on that too, but I don't want to, but I guess I only have one, so I can't. So, but then, yeah. Well, quickly. Okay, quickly. I've had where I've had apples and stuff in a gifting bag or whatever that I would tie, way off trail and whatever, and I'd come and open the bag up, and there'd be an apple with a big bite out of it. The other one would be fully intact, and I took the apple, put it 50 yards away in a stump or something, come back, the next time it's back in the bag tied up again. That kind of stuff. But I'll tell you my funniest though. I'm sorry, I kind of got two in there, but it's just that when everybody tells their stories, it always triggers something that, that's a commonality that happened with me or whatever too, or that I've heard about. But this one is kind of like, I don't like talking about potty stuff or whatever, so it's kind of like I'm a little embarrassed about it. But you have to do your business out in the woods sometimes, right?
Yeah.
So this is probably the one time that I laughed at him or whatever, and I thought, you cheeky buggers. So I'm out. So like I've got superhuman abilities in the woods. I can go 3-4 days without doing number two, whatever you call it. Is it number two?
Oh my.
I can hold it for a long time.
Oh my goodness.
Too much information.
Super
But anyway,
Brian.
but anyway, so this one time I said,
That's a God-given talent, Brian.
yeah, it is a God-given talent. Once in a while, you have to take care of business. So I'm out there in the woods, and I'm with my friend or whatever. But of course, he's back in camp, and I go off into the woods all by myself, and I'm just out to do my business or whatever. And to put it delicately, as how do you say this delicately? As my offering is not even hitting the moss carpety floor. Okay, I'm bent over doing my business.
Just a minute.
Didn't even hit the moss floor, because our forest up here, there's all moss, carpeted, like beautiful moss and stuff. So mid-flight, even before it hit the floor, I get this one single boom wood knock, like the clearest wood knock you've ever heard. Like, and I said, "You guys are watching me." She started laughing, and I said,
Did it scare the crap out of you?
"No, I've never." No.
Go right over his head.
Oh, wait a minute.
Crap out of you.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I guess literally it did, but in that sense it did, yes. But can you imagine the timing? Like, they're watching me, and then like perfect, like, and just a clear, hollow, crisp wood knock, like, and okay, you guys.
Yeah,
'Cause
I'm thankful. I'm thankful that you're taking number one, that you don't get laughed at. That's what I'm thankful for, because they're like, "Oh, look at that! It's a human," But I've got a funny story. Where I live in my condo, my second floor, I have a balcony. It's a wood balcony, and I'm sitting in my living room one night, and I hear this bong on the balcony, and then I hear "oops" from outside. The balcony is 9.5 feet off the ground. It's not a person hitting it. There's no way a human could. I can't even touch it with my hand unless I'm jumping. So something walked into the balcony and went, "Oops."
Wow, that's funny.
That was funny.
Okay. I have one from Michigan before I moved to the South. I had taken the kids to school. I was getting ready to take the kids to school. I had a package of those Muddy Buddies. They're like Chex cereal covered in powder, and they've got peanut butter in them and chocolate. And I thought, you know what? It had been a really rough week. I'm going to take the kids to school. I'm going to come home. I'm going to eat my Muddy Buddies and watch TV, and I'm going to relax. I was so excited. So I had set them on the counter, and there was nothing else on the counter except this package of these snacks. I take the kids to school. I come back, and I see muddy footprints all the way going into my house and through my kitchen, which didn't excite me because I just mopped floors the day before. So I go in, I put my sweats on, I'm getting nice and comfortable. I go out, and the Muddy Buddies are gone off the counter. Like, they're literally gone off the counter. I cannot find them anywhere. So
It's like
I'm
the
trying.
cookie.
I couldn't figure out who did it. So anyway, I go out to the woods because I was going to put food out for them, and there's the empty wrapper from the package of Muddy Buddies. And all I hear is laughter in my head because they're laughing their butts off because they ate my Muddy Buddies.
And my son will have water bottles or the remote control come up missing from his bedstand.
Yeah.
He'll get up, leave the room, he'll come back, and they'll be gone.
Oh, they
Yep.
think it's hysterical.
He'll be like, "Where's the remote control?" And he walks out of his bedroom because he thought maybe he set it down in another room. He'll come back in, it's sitting back on the bedstand. You know, and he's just like, "Dad, they're messing with me again." It's so funny. You know, he'll call me and tell me.
Well,
Anybody
I
else?
used to put
Funny story?
apples out all the time for them. I'd put bags and bags of apples out for them. And I went to the back of our property one day and I realized there was apple trees back there. And I thought, you guys are con artists, because like there's all these apple trees back here and I'm literally spending hundreds of dollars a year buying you giant bags of apples. So I said, I'll buy you other stuff, but you've got apples. You can go back and get your own. So I went out the next day and they had taken and I have pictures of it, all these apples out of the trees at the back of the property and put them. I used to put their apples in the crevices of the tree branches up high. I always did that. I never just laid them out. I always put them in the crevices of the trees. And I went out to the woods and they had taken all the apples from the back of the property and the fruit trees and put them in the crevices in the trees up front by the house.
How about you, Pat?
We've got a youngster that I talked to. It's Brownie's son, Noel, and he has the tendency. There's two things. A lot of times I'll talk to him, and then he'll stick his tongue out at me. I can see it in my mind. And then I'm just at this, like I'm out driving or something like that. And then basically I close my eyes and there he is. He's in my mind. And I see his entire face and stuff like that. And I don't know, they do that sometimes as to teach him or something like that. But the funny thing is the sticking out of the tongue. He does it all the time.
Yeah. Deb?
Well, guys, I got to pop off. I just wanted to tell Tim and Andrew, I love you guys so much.
Love
And
you
Pork and
too.
Beans, you
Miss
know I
you.
love you guys. But I
Bye.
just wanted to say hi to you. I'm at work, so I can't stay, but I love you guys to pieces. And I'm so proud of you. You guys have got great interaction
Thank you.
and you're so
Thanks,
deserving
Robin.
of it.
Good
Love
to see you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Robin.
So I need to jump in here and say that I have to jump off right now. I appreciate chatting with everybody today. I have some errands I need to run before it gets too late to do them. But thanks again for the opportunity. It's good to see and hear from everyone.
Okay.
Princess Mouse, it was good to see you again.
You too, my friend. I miss you. I miss you.
Rest of you guys
Bye.
want to stick
Bye,
around
Andrew.
for- See you,
Thank you,
Andy.
guys.
Thank you very much.
Bye. You
Thank
did great.
you.
You did
Bye.
great.
Bye.
I
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
that. My pleasure. You guys have a good day.
Sure.
I got a story. This is a charger and it plugs into the wall. And I used to use it to charge up the batteries that goes into my mouse for my things. And so I'm a really heavy user. I'm on the computer like 16 hours a day or something. So I was charging up my batteries, and then when my batteries ran out, I looked for my charger, and it was like usually it's in the wall just behind me, right? And I couldn't find it anywhere. And I looked for it for like 3 days. I took my whole room apart, looked under everything, and then meanwhile my batteries I can't use my computer, so I had to go out and buy new batteries. So I go out and buy new batteries, just regular batteries, not the rechargeable. And then I came back and it was like just right under the light switch, just sitting on the ground. So they must have thought that was hilarious, seeing me panic and, run around. And
You know what
That-
I thought
That
of
happened.
in retrospect? You know how when we were kids and when we were younger, before we were kind of aware of all this kind of stuff, and we people would say, "Oh, it seemed like something was moved," or "I knew I left something here and I can't find it." That's happened with all of us. I wonder how much of that stuff is actually something, playing around with us and doing. kind of stuff.
I
Well,
I had that conversation with Robin, that very conversation. When I was a small child, like 3, 4 years old, I had an invisible friend named Winky Dink. And when something would happen in the house, I would get in trouble and I would say, no, Winky Dink did it. And my discussion with Robin, now this is probably 2 years ago, we think it was a forest person who was, because as a child, I could see them. You know, you don't have all these, you know, in these illusions in your head, these blocks that you put up, you know, these thoughts that you have in your life that maybe that's what was doing it. And because remember, we said they've known us since we've been children. They're aware of who we are. They're just waiting for us. And that was always making me, what you said just spurred that memory that I wonder if Winky Dink was afoot.
Well, I think the people they connect with, they've known all their lives, and I'll even go further. I mean, it depends on what your beliefs are, but in my opinion, they've known us for many lives. But
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah, like they said about my son, they've known him before he was born. So
yeah.
Okay, let me share mine, my funniest experience. I've had many interactions with him, like Jim. I like the experiences. I don't get glyphs. I don't know if I've ever really had one, but I have, I was at work before the COVID and got no more job. I was at work and I had a young assistant manager, and the assistant manager was probably about 35. And so I went into Julio's office and I sat down. We were chatting about something, and there was wind outside, but it was like around the corner, 2 double doors. So, and the wind would just go down the hallway. And so I was sitting there, and all of a sudden, a gust of wind came into the office, and it took my hair and it blew it. I mean, my whole face was covered in hair. It was a hand, and it went like that. And Julio just went, his eyes were so big, and I said, see, that was for you. And it was them trying to make themselves known to him, because he only just watches the Bigfoot movies and everything. So they want him to go out and camp so they can interact with him.
What's happened with him since that time?
Many things.
He's had experiences since then.
Oh, him? Oh, I don't know. No, I lost my job because of COVID, so now I'm retired, and I don't know, because we're not communicating anymore. I don't know what's going on with him or anybody at work.
That'd be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, did you want to talk about your t-shirts? Because I kind of invited you to give a punch for your t-shirts. Here's one of our t-shirts.
My daughter makes those.
Yeah.
I got mine on too.
Yeah, Brian's is one of his glyphs that I asked him what he wanted to have on his t-shirt. So it's a picture and some writing underneath of it. And then the one that Michael's got on is the wooden necklaces I was giving in a drawing. And so I just took a real piece of wood and I took a real piece of wood and then I recreated it in, I think it was just PowerPoint. And I sent it to my daughter and she made the t-shirts for them. And I made the t-shirts for them because they have the show. It was just something, they go through a lot to try and get things to work and everything.
These were awesome.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, they need a couple.
Because we're empty and inadequate. If we had anything going, anyway.
Yeah.
Have fun though. I tell you what, this is the most fun show that I know of.
That one that you put on mine though was very special because that was the glyph that was left for me when I first saw RE, the clan leader.
Right.
He left that specifically for myself and my friend Randy to see. As a matter of, and it was weird because like we both looked over at the exact same time, like instantaneously, and there he was watching us. He saw that we saw it. We got the message, and then off he went. He just went like a.
And I gave one to Sue also. So she texted or messaged me last night and thanked me for hers. Yeah, she likes it.
Oh, Sue was very appreciative too. I gave her hers yesterday, so she wants to thank you too. Unless she
Yeah, she
already
did.
messaged you or something. She did? She messaged you?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
So I think you should make up a little commercial. So you can do a little commercial once in a while for your daughter's business. And you know, one of the 65 people who watch us might like to get a t-shirt.
Yeah, she does a whole bunch of stuff. She does.
A pork and beans t-shirt, so that everybody can get a pork and beans t-shirt. That'd be fun.
Yeah, we can design a pork and beans shirt. That's not a big deal. It's, you know, just tell me what you want on it.
We want the
usually-
big fat chunks.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we can do something like that and make you guys a shirt that you can sell on your show for yourselves.
Where did Jim go?
I'm right here.
He's right here. But I was going to get back to Jim because he's got a whole, you know, we just heard all this amazing stuff about, you know, 3 or 4 people been, but Jim's got his own experiences, which I think are quite extensive. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. You would, if you would have told me this 10 years ago, this was going to happen to me, I would have said, yeah, you're crazy.
Yeah.
It's not the truth. Now,
Absolutely.
for transparency's sake, I saw the Patterson Gimlin film in the theater when I was a little kid. And I was a Bigfoot fan my whole life. But you hit as a teenager, you get interested in girls, Bigfoot kind of goes away. You know, I didn't come back into the Bigfoot world until I had a son, until Jack was 6. And then we were on a hayride and I was kidding around with him, like, "Ooh, you see that over in the woods? That's a Bigfoot over there." So that's how I kind of came back into it. And I'll tell you, since today's Halloween, I have 2 stories. They both fit into Halloween, and one probably will reaffirm your faith in the divine, and one will make you go, "Oh, wow." I'll tell you the faith one first. There's a road out here in Michigan in Dansville. It's called Seven Gables Road. It's the most haunted road in Michigan. And we were hearing stories about what was happening on this road. People were hearing voices in the woods. They had the feeling they were being watched. They would see movement out of the corner of their eye, you know, blah, 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 all these things. And I was telling a person I know, I said, that sounds more like Bigfoot than it does ghosts. We should do a live broadcast out there. So we planned on that Halloween night, this is last Halloween, doing a live broadcast from out in those woods, you know, a Bigfoot hunt, what do you want to call it? So we got in touch with the paranormal group who did all the work out there, and they told us most of the stories of the witches and stuff were all garbage. And they took us and showed us the hot spots. Walking the trail, I looked them up, and there's a foot standing over there, right by looking over at me over a big brush pile, just standing there watching. And I looked at him, and I said, in my head, I said, "You really there?" And boom, he dropped down. He's like gone. I was like, okay. And I kept seeing him pop up, you know, tree peek at me around the woods. We get home that night. No, I don't have a backpack on. I have no equipment with me. I take my shirt off to go to bed, and there's 3 big scratches. Start right here and come down my chest.
Hold on.
What?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go
And
ahead.
it's like I touched them and they hurt. And you can't scratch yourself like that without knowing it. I didn't do that to myself. So I was like, wow, that's really weird. And I go to bed that night and I had these really violent, angry dreams. And I woke up very angry in the morning. And the next night I went to bed, same thing happened. And on day 3, which would have been Tuesday, I said, you know, God, I don't know if you're there, but if something's attached to me, get rid of it. I don't want it on me. And I said, my clan leader, my friend, his name is Selma. I said, Selma, if there's no God that can do that, will you clear me? Whatever's attached to me, whatever scratched me, get rid of it. That night, I never remember dreams. Never. I had a dream. I was standing in my bathroom, and there was a mirror behind me and a mirror in front of me. And I could see this long, deep scratch on my back. And it hurt. I felt the pain in my dream. And I'm like, I look to my right, and there's a man standing next to me. He's like 6'5", 6'6", broad shoulders, long dark hair. I couldn't see his face, but he had a priest collar on. And I said, "Are you here to heal me?" And he just bowed his head, put his hand on my back. and the scratch on my back went away. The pain went away. I got up in the morning and I looked, the 3 scratches were completely gone. There was not even a mark on my shoulder and chest. Now, those scratches the night before when I went to bed had crust on them from scabs, from the blood. It's like, oh crap, those are gone. So that kind of reaffirmed my faith right there. I've looked at things a little different since that happened. But anyways, I'd mentioned this earlier, and this is a fun story. The trip that my son and I were going to go on for his high school graduation, the cross-country road trip, and Robin had said a Bigfoot was going to go with you. We laughed it off. No, there's no Bigfoot going to go with us. Every place we stopped, whether it be a rest, this goes to what you said, Brian. Every rest area, every gas station, every restaurant, every campground, I'd see a raven or a crow. And he was a good 18 to 24 inches tall. He was a big, big bird. And I would see him everywhere. And I was like, about the 4th stop, I started thinking, man, Iowa, Nebraska has a lot of crows, And I don't think anything of it. We go through the trip and we're camping at Yosemite. And this campground we're at, we're right next to the river. And one night the moon was coming up behind me. No, I'm sorry, correct that. The moon wasn't coming up at all. And I'm looking in the woods across the river and I see green eyes looking at me. So there was no light source from this dark campground to cause eye shine. So whatever this was across the river was making its eyes glow. And I was like, called my son outside and said, do you see that? And he goes, yeah, that's eye shine. I said, that's interesting. So I wonder if we got a foot over there. And we went to bed, didn't think anything of it. We go through our trip. Towards the end, we stop in Tombstone, Arizona. And we do ghost hunts and we go into these little towns. So we stopped it. It was called Sisters of the Paranormal in the Watt and Tarver Undertaker building. Now it's now called Nora's Place. If anybody ever goes to Tombstone, do it. It's fun. They're great girls. We're in there. We're going to do a ghost hunt in the Watt and Tarver Undertaker building. And we sign in, and all I sign in is my name, and I'm from Michigan. That's all I say. Now, if you look a lot of my social media, you don't see Bigfoot stuff on my social media. Okay. So she asked me, we're not going to run out of here scared, are we? My son and I. And I said, no, we do ghost hunts all the time. We look for Bigfoot. You look for Bigfoot? When you tell people that, what do? They got to tell you their stories, right? So she starts telling me about her parents' sighting of one up in the mountains of Flagstaff. I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. And we go through the night investigation. We get voices coming through the Ovilus box. We have spirits asking for whiskeys, cigarettes. We see a cowboy spirit walk across the front of the bar. And I don't know if you've ever seen the Ghost Hunter TV shows where they take the flashlight and they just disconnect it and a spirit can touch it and make the light come on and off. I don't know if you've seen that. We had a flashlight set up in the back on the mortuary table, and that flashlight had been off all night, hadn't turned on. And one of the sisters says, she goes, Jim, is it okay if I ask a question? Now, it was the 2 sisters, my son, myself, and then another couple that were there. There were 6 people. And I said, I kind of rolled my eyes. I said, yeah, go ahead. I knew what she was going to do. And she said, have any of the spirits here ever seen a Bigfoot? And right away through the eyeless, we get, yep. In this Southern cowboy type drawl, right? And she's like, really? Here in Tombstone? Yep. In the building. She's like, you've seen a Bigfoot in the building? Yep. He's here. And she says, there's a Bigfoot in the building. Yep. She's like, what's he look like? And he said, he's big, he's tall, he's hairy, and he's red. So that's when you said red, that made me, I was like, oh, we're going to have a red story here. And, everybody was freaking out at that point. And Jack looked at me, he goes, Robin's legit. And I said, I know, And she says to the Bigfoot, she goes, if Mr. Bigfoot, if you're here, turn that flashlight on. Boom, light goes on. And we're like, okay, that light hadn't been on for 3 hours, hadn't turned on. And she says, turn it off. Light goes off. And I said, okay, I got to see this. So I jumped up and ran back to the mortuary room. I was going to see the Bigfoot. Nothing's back there. And I said, no, he's not back here. And I came back out front, and one of the gentlemen said, I'm going to see it. And he gets up and he starts to walk, and he gets 10 feet away and he stops. And he says, I can't go back there. Something's preventing me from going back there. I literally can't move forward. So he came back and sat down. He was really scared. And he was just kind of sitting there hunched up like this, you know. And and the woman asked, she goes to the Bigfoot, she goes, if Jim and Jack want to find you, where do they need to go? And this big, deep, gruff voice comes through her ovulus, and it says, hell, like that, which freaked everybody out. Jack and I start laughing, because right after that you hear Michigan, because there's a little town in southern Michigan called Hell, Michigan. Yeah. And so everybody was freaking out. And then a female voice comes through, and she says, we're scared. And my son said, what are you scared of? We're scared of Jim and Jack. And Jack goes, what are you scared of us for? She goes, you brought the Bigfoot. And we were just like, holy crap. Okay, this is like bells are going off. Confirm what Robin said, you know. We're like, what the heck? And I said out loud, I said, okay, to the Bigfoot, you need to leave. We're not here for you. We're here for a paranormal investigation. We can see you when we're back home. Can you please leave? And the male voice comes through and he says, he's gone. And I was like, where is he? He goes, he's outside. He's out front. So I get up and I run out front, see him. And nobody's out there, obviously, you know. And so everybody's they're just going, right? And Jack and I are looking at each other going, holy crap. You know, one came with us. This is what that crow was that we were seeing everywhere. This must have been him. Mm-hmm. And we get, the woman says, we get to the end of the night and she's like, Jim, I've never had that happen, ever. The Ovilus has never done that. And we're like, yeah, that was pretty weird. We get back to the campground. I'm laying in bed in the camper. I look out the window of the camper right here. There's a foot standing in the window looking at me. I can see his face. And I looked at him and I waved at him and he just stepped back, you know. My son comes back from the bathroom. He walks in the camper. He says, Dad, walking back from the camper, there was a Bigfoot standing outside the camper looking in the window at you. And I said, yeah, I know. I saw him. I saw him looking at me. And we go through the rest of the trip. Nothing happens. No experiences. I get home and a gentleman, a friend of mine, he used to have a podcast similar to this. And we were talking about it. He was interviewing me. And what you see right here is a footprint. And that's my foot next to it. I look at my patio door and my screen is bending in and pushing in. And his face is in my screen, pushing in the screen, looking at me. I mean, literally, you could see my screen bending in. And I looked at him and I waved at him. He did this. He stepped back. And I saw him walking back and forth outside my patio. That's a garden. And then I saw a razor thin white line that's shaped like a head and a shoulder show up, and just, he was gone. So kind of like that white line behind you, Brian, in your picture is what I saw. The next morning we went outside and we found that track out in my garden. There's two of them, 6 feet apart. That's a 19.5-inch footprint right there. And if I have a better picture of it, you can actually see toes and stuff from it. And that night was just, that was so much fun. I mean, to have that happen in a paranormal investigation, in a ghost hunt, and have him come through the Ovilus and speak to us. Yeah. You know, and tell us, he actually told us his name also. I'm not going to dox him now and say the name he said, because I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. I don't want to do that. But he is actually the one who was my son's guardian. Our clan leader told me that he had one of his sons watches over my son, just like he watches over me. And when we were on the trip, a friend of mine called me and he's like, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm up in Yosemite. He calls me at 6 a.m. And I answered the phone. I said, you damn well, this better be good. You know, because it's 9 o'clock back here in Michigan. And he said he got home that night and he was laying on the couch and 2 windows appeared. And he just felt this horrible emotion. He just started crying and he couldn't figure out why. And what it was he started to look at one and a voice went into his head and it said, that's not for you. That's for Jim. And what it was, his son had been killed, the one that watched over my son. So he was in a fight and fell, hit his head on a rock. Sorry, emotional. And it was his second son that was now watching over my son and was with us. on our trip.
Wow. I was going to ask you what they're to tell an emotional or a loving kind of story or whatever, but that was pretty emotional right there.
I've never done that before. I've never gotten emotional like that with that story. But
I have many times with them, but yeah, well, they're touching you, man.
Yeah, when you get emotional like that, when you're discussing that, that's because they're with you right now.
yeah, probably it was him remembering his. One of the things he said to me through Robin, was what attracted him to us now was my relationship with my son, because it reminded him of his. And
Yeah.
I'm feeling his emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how connected you are.
Yep.
Good for you.
Don't worry about it, man. I've cried on the show myself.
No, but so that was kind of cool. We were on a ghost hunt, and here we are having a Bigfoot experience on a ghost hunt.
Yeah.
And the spirits are narrating it for us. You know, they're telling us this is what's happening.
That's pretty cool.
He's big, he's tall, he's hairy, he's red. You know, and the one looking in the window at me at the campground was red. You know, this guardian is red. We confirmed this. He is a red one, and it's pretty funny. And
Jim,
he's a big.
I have a question for you. How do you get them to see, for you to be able to see them physically? Because I've only seen by accident the one in 71 where he ran across the street in front of our car when I was 17. And I saw physically, I don't know, I think they imprinted the image on my kitchen window through my curtain. I'm not sure if it was physical, but it was there. And I've only seen them in dreams. I've seen them waving at me. I had a footprint in my driveway of a little one, same size as my foot. I wear a size 10 shoe. And I've had, interaction, but it's mostly in dreams. They've knocked on my bedroom door 3 hard times when I was awake, just sitting down to go to bed. So I physically heard them. And it was loud. And then about 3 weeks later or so, I don't know if I woke up from the dream or if I actually heard it and it woke me up. And it was 8 hard knocks on my door. I swear I thought they were going to knock a hole in my door. It was so loud. And the first time it happened, I just went, oh shit. So I kind of sat there for a minute and I was shocked because I never had the physical interaction before. And so I got up because they knocked a toad off, and then I opened the door slowly, and I knew there was nobody there because I live by myself. I'm a widow. And so I walked through the living room here and my house is only 1,065 square foot. Walked to the kitchen, the door was locked. I didn't use the front door then, and walked back and went, get a grip. I'm good.
Yeah.
Let's go to bed. Slept like a baby.
I think to answer your question, we discussed this earlier. I'm a cotton-headed ninny buggins. I'm a muggle. They can't get through this somehow. And I think they know that the best way for me is for physical interaction, to see them. When I do my research, I go out, I find a space that is surrounded by trees, brush line, but it's open. And I sit in that, giving them places to come up to me. I mean, I've heard the whispers on the wind, the chattering. I've had smells hit me. I've had tree knocks. I've had everything that is traditional, classic Bigfoot interaction has happened. And I go to the same spot and I'm consistent. I was doing it more before I was less busy than I am right now. It was consistent, and they were consistent. The behavior was 9:30, they would show up, make noises. We'd hear a tree knock, we'd hear the whispers, and then we'd hear them leave. They'd come back at 11:30. It's almost like they were gonna go hunt, go feed, go whatever they had to do. Then they'd come back and visit us. One night, it was February. It was cold, so we had a campfire going. We were in that rustic campground I'd mentioned earlier. And my son and the other guy had gone down into the hollow, and I was up alone up on the plateau. at the campfire, and I got creeped out, and I never get creeped out. I don't get those emotions very often. And no, notice what I do. And I forgot something on the tombstone story. I'm standing at the campfire and I do this. I did that twice. What do I not do? I don't look this way, right? Twice I look this way. I never look this way. I walk this way, again, around the campfire, the same direction. Started to walk, got to the hill where it goes down. My son turned and looked at me and his eyeballs went boom. And I could see his eyes. And I'm like, what? He's like, Dad, one just walked right behind you. And he made you look like a baby.
Ooh.
And there was a tree limb above my head. That tree limb is 10.5 feet. Okay, because I can reach, stretch, touch 8 feet. Okay, that tree limb was 2 feet above my hand. He's like, Dad, his head was above the tree. And I walked down there, and my son would not go back in the woods for about 1.5 years. He was like 14 at the time. And he tells me, oh, just he wasn't interested in anything, you know, and going back out there. And we were down the dell, we could smell the hollow, we could smell fresh blood. And we're like, okay, somebody had to kill, he was going to go eat. He wanted to go eat. So he didn't care if he walked between the fire and us. And it was, you know, Michigan in the wintertime, the ground is solid. It's hard. It's frozen hard. You're not going to find prints. So we go back up and we're looking around and we find a bush probably 20 feet off to my right, the direction I wouldn't turn. And you can see where something had been squatting down behind the bush. All the grass had been pressed down. And you could see the shape of where something had been squatting down watching us. And years later, Pat can confirm this. I was talking to Pat. We were talking about this, and somebody said to him, I didn't mean to scare the boy. And he's like the grandfather of that clan out there. He's one of the elders, and he was just there watching us, wondering what we were doing. You know, he probably knew what we were doing. And just walked right behind me. He was literally close enough. He could have reached out and snapped my neck if he wanted to. He could have done anything he wanted to me. And so for anybody who says they're mean or they're violent, I'm sure there are ones who are, but that clan isn't. And he wasn't. He just right behind me. But back to the thing I forgot about Tombstone, because I went and got emotional. Earlier in the night, my son, have you guys ever been to Tombstone, Arizona? Anybody ever been? Okay, so the old West Town is still got the dirt street. You're not allowed to drive through Tombstone. You have to park at either end and then you walk, okay? So we parked at one of the end parking, down at the one end of the street. I whip into the first parking spot. We go do our thing. Before we got started, we'd had jackets, and I said, Jack, will you take these back to the car? We don't need them for tonight, it's gonna be warm enough. So he goes back, puts them in the car, comes back. After the night is over, as we walk to my car, laying right next to my car is a 16-foot long metal pole with 2 pieces of rebar shoved through it. Not put through drilled holes, shoved through it where the metal had spread open.
Whoa.
It took both of us everything we had to move that thing out of the way so I could back my car out of the parking spot. Now, how we know it wasn't there is obviously I was able to pull into that parking spot, but the jackets were behind the driver's side seat where the bar was on the ground. My son would have saw it when he opened the door. He would have had to step over it, you know, to open the door and throw the jackets in.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
That's
somebody was not happy that we told him to leave, you know, when he was there visiting us, and this pole just showed up.
Wow.
That was crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah. But to think that he was that strong that he could move that pole. What do you say?
Speaker view.
so. I was just going to ask. You know, we've been going on for over 3 hours now. So why don't we? I was going to ask everybody. Did you want to share an emotional, touching story? One where they showed their compassion or their love for you, or whatever, and then we'll wrap it up. So do you want to start off, Deborah?
I don't know if I have that. Well, yeah, I guess I do.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. What about your son?
What about him?
Well, what don't you think that poem was kind of connected with them and stuff or whatever?
With Sasquatch?
maybe I didn't. Yeah. Well.
The poems I wrote had nothing to do with Sasquatch.
Okay.
'Cause that
Go
was in
ahead.
'97, and I did not open up from my 1971 site. I didn't open up to even speaking about Sasquatch, or Bigfoot is what I knew it then, until 2013 at work, and then that's all I could talk about. But I think the most emotional, compassionate connection I've had with the Sasquatch would be when it was a dream. I was in the house I grew up in, where that town 5 miles away is where I saw the Sasquatch in '71. And I was like at the bathroom mirror getting ready or something, and I heard something behind me. And this is the house I grew up in, so I know it well. And so the bathtub was behind me. So I look, and there's a young Sasquatch walking, taking a step out of the bathtub edge. And I just looked, and I had no fear. And I just looked at him, and we stared at each other for a moment. I put my hand up, he put his hand up. I put my fingers over his, he did the same. And that's the drawing that Shirley McDaniel drew for me. And I felt nothing but love. There was no crying or anything. It was just real compassion, love. I could feel, I felt I knew him. And actually now he's actually my nephew. So yes.
That's beautiful. I mean,
Yeah.
and
his name is Tarjan.
And we know that those dreams are not. I mean, when you have a Sasquatch dream, they're actually appearing, and
Yeah.
it's not a dream. It's really
It's a visitation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. How about you, Pat?
My guide is Mi'smaq, and I'm driving one day, and he was leaving to go. I don't know where he was going, but he popped in and gave me almost like a virtual hug. And it was very, very emotional.
Wow.
I mean, it's like I was there and he was saying goodbye. I mean, he's back now, but at that time, I think this was when COVID was happening and all this stuff. And believe it or not, they kind of left for safety's sake too. They were affected by it as well.
Wow. Mr. Beans?
I get that all the time. I mean, I get stuff all the time, visuals and stuff like that. Some of the stuff, like I was leaving one morning for work and I saw a dogman in my mind and stuff like that. I just get that stuff all the time.
Yeah. Mr. Beans?
Probably the most touching was to be literally touched by a Sasquatch. I was watching a video of on the Fur and Cedar channel. Most people know that from the Michael Patterson videos that he put up. That was his first big thing. But anyway, I was listening to Kathleen Odom talking about a channeling that she got from the Sasquatch people. And they were talking about heart light meditation. And they're talking about how it is that they go invisible and how it is that when they go into their heart glows. And then when their heart glows, they can expand that out to their whole body. And then once it glows to a certain point, they just go invisible. And so they were talking about it as a meditation. And so I'm watching this on my screen, and I'm sitting just like I am now. And I said, oh man, I could never do that. And as soon as I said I could never do that, this big invisible baseball mitt hand stuck itself inside my chest. His Sasquatch hand went into my chest and boosted up the energy of my heart and then took over my breath. And I was going, right. And I was just like, well, I knew what was going on right away because this was like an initiation. I've had two other initiations in my life, and this was like an initiation. It was a transference of energy from the Sasquatch into me and, and teaching me how to do this meditation. And so I just went with it. And so in terms of duration, I mean, I still do that meditation. I do that meditation twice a day. And from that meditation, at least one time, I've been able to make my leg. It was not just me. The way it works is to go invisible is like a little group effort. The people on the invisible side of things will come and boost up your energy for you. And then, you know, like for me, I was able to see my whole leg just completely gone. So I had one perfectly good leg sitting there. So I was sitting on my bed, sitting up, one perfectly good leg and one leg that was completely gone. So that was pretty touching. I mean, because these initiations, you know, like you have to be devoted to a guru for, you know, years before they initiate you into their kriya or into their meditation. So that was pretty touching. Stuck with me, put it that way, because I know what it is. It's like, you know, the saying goes, God is the spirit of air. Yeah, God is the spirit of air. So when you breathe in air into your heart and throat, right? When you breathe into your heart, then when you breathe air in, that's the spirit, right? But when it gets into your heart, it becomes the Holy Spirit. When your heart actually buzzes from the energy of the air that you breathed in, which is the spirit of God. You know, that's pretty deep stuff. I don't know. That's a deep end of the pool. That's also one of the reasons why I don't really go into the woods much, because I mean, what are they going to do? You know what I mean?
The world's
They've
handsomest
already
man,
done as much as they can possibly do to a human, you know?
Mr. Beans, being the world's handsomest man, I mean, there'd be no good come out of it if you went into the woods.
No, well, I've only been to the woods, like I went 15, 20 feet into the woods once and they gave me a mole. That was pretty cool.
I think that when you were 14 years old, the last time you went and got out of the woodshed, you said, I'm never going into the woods again.
No, I never really, I just never grew up around the woods. I lived in Hawaii and Puerto Rico, and you know, so we didn't really go, there wasn't really woods around. I went in the woods a little bit in North Carolina, but it wasn't like a passion or anything like that. I've been in the woods in Colorado as a kid, but that wasn't, you know, that was in Festus Park or whatever that is, Nestus Park.
If the world gets back to normal again and whatever, and we have you up here next year, if I can host, well, I'm going to host it regardless, even if it's just Canadians again. But am I going to have to hold your hand up here because it's right in the middle of the woods? You going to be okay?
I don't have no problem. I sleep out on the ground without a tent. It's no problem for me.
You going to be fine? Okay.
Look, once the Sasquatch, because I know once the Sasquatch are protecting you, that means they protect you. If you're out in the woods, you're protected, you know, I mean, you know, they might let you get scared, but you're not going to get hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I guess we'll leave off with Jim, but I'll share one of mine. Hard to pick one, so I can't really pick one because
you've already done 4 of them already.
What?
Never mind.
But it's because I've had nothing but compassion and love and stuff like that or whatever. I mean, like when my mother died was one example. They showed their compassion. But one I really liked that was really kind of neat was Sue was up here just, this was last year during the American Thanksgiving, which is, when is that, November? November sometime?
Yeah, this year, yeah, it's like the 3rd Thursday of November.
Yeah, like we have ours in Canada. I'm in Canada, so we have ours in October. But anyway, this is before the border closed, and she said, I'm gonna make turkey dinner and bring up turkey dinner for the locals up, you know, my guys, because Sue knows them too. I mean, she's had so many experiences up here with me, and I just love her. But so she made a turkey dinner for them, and she had a big hunk of white meat or whatever that she put in a big baggie, and we went to one of my special places. and we stuck it up in the tree, hidden away. And the next day we're in the campground, which is very, very close by it. And I got confirmation that they either acknowledged it and were thanking us for it, or that they had taken it. I wasn't sure which, but I knew that they accepted the gift as far as acknowledging it, that they were grateful. And so we went back there because we were just like pretty close to that area too. It was like just a 5-minute walk. So we went there right away, and right in the area where we had left the turkey, the plastic bag, all the turkey, everything was completely gone. And right at the base of the tree where we left it were 2 fern fawn bouquets of like maybe 5 or 6 fawns in each bouquet, placed side by side right by the tree, like little flower bouquets, one for Sue, one for me as a
That's
thank you.
cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
And okay, so Jim.
Okay, I'll tell you a funny story real quick, and I believe it was Robin. It could have been Pat to confirm this for me. Last year, I bought a smoker, and I'd smoked some ribs for the first time, and it has a drip bucket on the outside. The drip bucket has to go up and over a hook. Okay, so there's no way an animal can get that off. Maybe a raccoon might be able to do it, but it's 3.5 feet off the ground, and he can't really climb on a smoker. Maybe he could climb on a smoker, but I don't know if he can do it. The next morning I went outside, the bucket was laying on the ground, had been lit clean. And I asked Robin about it, and she said, all I'm getting is laughter. So I don't know about that, but emotional, a positive emotion thing. 4 years ago this month, one of my dogs had passed away from cancer. And so I had his brother left. We go to that spring, and they always used to sit at my back door and watch the squirrels and, everything running around. The door was open. It was nice out. It was about 10 o'clock at night. He's sitting at the back door. He never did that at night. Never. He was always on the couch with me. And he's sitting there looking up like this. And I was like, what are you doing? You don't ever do that at night. And I put a message in our group chat, and Pat came back and said, Selma's here and he wants you to come outside. So it's pitch black out there. So I opened the door and I step out, and I got hit with just this wave of emotion where I got goosebumps over my whole body. Like the most positive thing. And I'm looking, and directly in front of me is a very large shadow, like black outline of something. Now, where I live, 10 feet from my back door is woods, okay? And he was standing in the woods. And then off to each side was a smaller one. There were 3 of them all standing right there.
Wow.
And that was pretty cool, because, just this wave of just positive emotion hit me. And the dog who had looked up, he just passed away, not this past April, but the April before at 16. And when we were putting him down, I felt a hand on my shoulder.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Wow. That's special stuff, man. I love that. Wow. So what did that energy feel like? Like loving, connected?
It was just this, it was warmth. It was warm, and I had goosebumps all over my body. And it just, saying it simply, it just felt good.
Yeah.
It was just like, wham, it hit me. It just rushed over me. And I was like, whoa, that's weird.
Well, you see, it sounds like you because usually you don't experience that too much, but that sounds sort of like, very similar to what I get and other people get, like that energy, loving energy from them or whatever. So you have experienced it for sure.
I've been sleeping at night and get woke up because it feels like I get punched in the back. Like just wham, something hits me hard in the back and it wakes me up. Now, I don't know if it's like they're doing some messing around, doing some healing or something, and they just push some energy through me. I've woke up and had a very large black shadow with red eyes holding me down on my bed, leaning over me, which that scared the bejeebers out of me. But now that I think back, might have been, something not negative. So I don't know. I've had that happen a couple times.
Did you say it did scare the bejeebers out of you? Or
no, it didn't. It didn't. It did initially. it startled me, but now that I think about it, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't scare me to think about it, because I was on a ghost hunt one night in Louisville, and they were showing a few other people that were with us how to see shadow people. And they said somebody needs to walk down that hallway by themselves with their arms out to the sides, and you can see the shadow people moving around the person. And I said, I'll do it. So I'm walking down this hallway by myself, my arms out, and I looked in the doorway, and there's a huge shadow standing in the doorway with red eyes. And I said, you're right there. And I pointed at it, and I just got that rush of goosebumps and energy across my body.
Yeah.
And my son said it looked like I got taller. Something just stood up behind me when I did that. And so I don't know, maybe he's been around twice, whatever that is.
Yeah.
You know?
You know, it's interesting when they do come interact with us. It's like, are they still in the other dimension, or are they here? Because I have a 10-foot conference table that I used to have as my desk on the other side of this computer. And I was sitting there one day, and my cat was sitting on the desk with me, and all of a sudden, from underneath, it's like a young Sasquatch came walking out, and he bumped his head really hard on the bottom side of my desk. And it's like, whoa, I went like that, and the cat jumped up before
Yeah,
I went, whoa.
He used to just sit here, and all of a sudden he'd just stare at something, and he would lock onto it, and I'd be like, what are you looking at? He would creep me out, because he would just stare. And he was the kind of dog, the only thing he stared at was Jack or I. He was always wanting to be with us. You know, for him to just all of a sudden, he would just stop and look off into space. And he would always look in my foyer by my front door. And one night I looked over there, and I swear there was an outline of something standing there. And it was in the winter. And I'm wondering if somebody didn't just come in because, you know, like one of you said that you've opened your home to them. I've said the same thing. They're welcome here as long as there's no ill intent. They need to come in and warm up, you know, whatever. Just don't please break anything, you know? But
Yeah, no doors, breaking doors.
no,
I have something to say about spooks and demons and shadow people and all that kind of stuff. We're human beings, and we're masters of this domain. And as you spiritually evolve, you can start to feel these things, or you seek them out, or whatever, or they come to you. And some of those things can be very, very terrifying for the uninitiated, or somebody who doesn't know. But my experience is that the Sasquatch will let you have those experiences. They're not going to protect you from a shadow man or somebody who's holding you down at night, or even the ETs, because that's something that us as humans, we have the power and we have the sovereignty to say, no, I don't want that, or get out, or whatever, you know, however you deal with it. But we have that power, and for them to step in and try to protect us when it's an initiation, a learning thing that we go through, that you know, these any energies coming to us, we need to know what that is and be able to say yes or no, or go away, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So you can't really expect the Sasquatch to shield you from life's traumas and dramas, or from the spooky bad guys, demons, and whatever, the reptilian or the shadow man, or any of that kind of stuff, because we've got the power, you know what I mean? So if the light bulb never comes on your head, then you've got the power and you never use it, and that's kind of your karma. But we do have the power, and you know, you can ask them to show you how to protect yourself. But yeah, those things. I used to do spirit releasement therapy, meaning I would find demons and entities in people, and you know, escort them out. So, you know, if I can do it, anybody can do it.
Yeah, I've seen that done. Jim, I wanted to show you the dream I had with the Sasquatch.
oh, cool.
Yeah, Shirley McDaniel, it got ripped, but Shirley McDaniel, he drew it for me. He's got his little feet.
I wouldn't say those are little feet.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think, guys? I mean, I could go on for like hours and hours and hours, but
Oh, I have 30 stories you haven't heard yet.
well, yeah. I mean, and if I had my way, I could talk for a whole month without shutting up with experiences. So, and I'm sure all of us could. So,
I want us to put in a pitch up for the positive Sasquatch. Because there's too many rumors of people still killing them and thinking of them as monsters. The military, there's rumors of the military actually assaulting them and killing literally too many. So I'd like to end it with like that Sasquatch are good people. They're forest people. They're human beings, or they're human hybrids, and they may be our root race. And they're not monsters. They're not Nephilim. They're not fallen, anything.
Yeah.
If anything, they're earth seeds. They're the first earth seeds.
well, by any definition of monsters, we would fall into that category and how you define a monster in almost every description other than maybe appearance, which is interpreted than them. They are so far, anybody who thinks they're monsters doesn't have any understanding of who they are.
When I'm in the woods, I'm more concerned about humans than I am about the forest people.
Absolutely.
Far more concerned about humans.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Jim, this is unrelated kind of thing, but we're talking about shape shifting. I've actually experienced them as humans.
Oh, really?
And yes, and I also have a friend
Kevin Royce,
who in the woods, and shared another experience that was very similar to mine. All the same kind of things, like inappropriate clothes, weird stuff or whatever. It just didn't seem right. But he even took it up one step further. I mean, I already knew that they were not, I mean, in about 2 or 3 incidences, I knew that they were not human, just because for different reasons. But he told me a story that was very, very similar, except that he had the floral perfume thing in there, and it came just when he was thinking something's wrong, or that these aren't real people, and then the confirmation of the floral fragrance. So they can shapeshift into a human, a deer, an owl, a raven, for pretty much anything they want.
I had that one night. I was driving out one morning going to work, actually. I don't know why I said night. I'm driving out of my condo complex, and I see a person walking down the driveway. All I could see was a black shape because, it's night out. And I could literally catch up with them in 2 seconds. They get out to the end of the driveway. I pull up. They weren't there. They were gone. There was no place they could have gone. They would have turned onto a sidewalk, and that was it. So, yeah, I think somebody was walking through. Because I've found footprints out here in our side yard. I found a trackway walking down the park, through the park complex out into the woods. So, I think somebody was the shape of a human because it was about the size of a human woman.
That's weird.
Gone. It was just gone.
Yeah.
What happened to Jim's voice?
I don't know. Yeah, that was weird.
That was weird.
Kind of. Yeah, your voice is really it sounds like it's underwater or something now.
Yeah.
It's really tinny and low.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Maybe this is okay. But anyway, yeah.
I had a shape shifting I want to share. I never shared it with you guys before. A lady who, I live on a reservation. So a lady that ran the library, she and I went up to go do some artwork up in the canyon. So I'm driving, my husband had deceased, and I'm driving his truck up there, and it's a narrow road. You can barely get 2 cars by it. And we're driving, and all of a sudden, right smack in front of the grill of my car, there's a humongous mountain lion. Went right across from me. And I went, "Did you see that, Joanne?" And she goes, "No." And she was looking directly out the front of the car. So I didn't know what it was until, later on, I'm thinking maybe it was a Sasquatch. I don't know. It was pretty cool.
I just
probably was.
I just want to say one more funny thing. Not only can they shapeshift into people, there was one time when I was going to meet 2 of my friends at a certain place, and I'm headed there, and I'm on the trail, and this place is off into the woods, up the hill kind of thing. But as I walk by the area on the trail, I could hear them talking. I could hear my two friends having a conversation. And I said, "Hey, I'll be right up there. I'll be right there. Just hang on." And it was just a couple minutes before I got there. And also, it's a very remote area. There was no other people around anywhere, for sure. And so I hear my friends talking. It was in their voices. And I get up there and I'm looking around. And I don't see them anywhere. They're not there. What? What's going on? I never did find them. But what I'm doing is I'm walking back to the car, maybe an hour later, and I get to the parking lot, and they're just pulling in. They said, "Oh, sorry, we got delayed. We couldn't make it on time." So
What about when people shape shift? One time outside here, my grandson and my daughter were living next door in my double wide, and I just went to the kitchen and I opened this curtain on the kitchen. I looked out and I see my grandson walking from the back of the car to the middle, and then he disappeared. And I called down and I asked my daughter, "Where's Gabe?" And she says, "He is in the bedroom." Why? And I said, "Well, he just walked in the back of my car and disappeared." And she goes, "Mommy's in the bedroom." Like maybe the parallel lives. Have you guys heard of that?
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm just learning about that. It's pretty interesting.
Well, sometimes I've even considered the parallel life thing as if the Sasquatch are involved with that too. Like
Yeah.
maybe some of the ones that are watching out for us are actually connected to us somewhere, somehow. As far as parallel lives.
Right.
One of our early experiences out in the woods. We'd gotten home, my son and I, and it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. He was in the bedroom and the window was open because it was summer, and I'm out front with the dogs so they can go to the bathroom. And I hear this little girl say, "Hello." Now this is 1 o'clock in the morning. There's not a light on in the place. And I turn around and I look and there's nobody there. And I said, "Jack, do you have your computer on? Are you watching a video?" "No." "Why?" He goes, "Dad, who just said hello to you?"
Pretty cool. Yeah. When these things happen, I always get real giddy. It's like, like getting a Christmas present or something, it's like, yay. Love it.
Now, I've had several things happen where you hear a thunk, like on the balcony or out in the woods. I've heard something and you hear a oops right after that.
I've never heard of oops.
Yeah, like crap, you heard me. Kind of thing. We had a hello one night. We were like 4.5 miles from the nearest road, 3 miles from the nearest house, and we're doing a live show. And at the time, the technology, the way it was, you had to literally reset the feed every 5 minutes. Okay. And we would reset the feed. And as soon as we went up to reset the feed and it stopped, we'd get a tree knock.
Wow.
It's like, you guys have figured that out, that we're resetting the feed. So we go to reset the feed and we hear hello from off to our right. And I looked and we were like, hello? And he says, hello, hello. Like that. And Michigan woods, you don't move through the woods quietly. You don't move through the woods at night without a flashlight. You can't. There's so much undergrowth. There's so much deadfall. You just can't do it. And we're like, are you okay? Do you need help? Because we're thinking it was a hiker, but there's no way it could have been a hiker. So we were like, yes, we just got helloed.
Wow.
And it was my guy. It was my buddy Selma that was the one who said it. He was like, you just needed to hear it. It's like, okay, thanks.
Yeah, I've never heard anything, but I have a clan, the one that left a little young foot by my mailbox when I went out to paint a Bigfoot on my mailbox. I asked in a dream that night, I said, I'd like to see who did that, who left the footprint. And so I get a image of a mother Sasquatch and a young one, and the little one's waving at me. And then the dad came another time and he waved, but he was by himself. And then finally, all three of them, but the dad was still behind. It's interesting. And they live about, you have to drive, it takes 50 miles to get there. But as the crow flies, it's probably 15, 20, maybe miles from here, straight back.
Yeah, but distance to them is nothing.
Yeah.
It's like just like,
they're here.
Go over there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, where the clan that I interact with lives is 70 miles south of me. but they come here all the time. Like
Yeah.
Mike says, why do I need to go in the woods? And that's kind of where I'm at now. I don't really need to go in the woods anymore.
I never do. Yeah.
You
I
know?
never do. I have a spirit, I call her my guide. It's Iclia, and I found out about her from a trans channel reading I had, and she came through and answered 52 questions that I had for the trans channel. And she is, I don't have a picture right here of her. The guys have seen her before. But she said when we lived together in the same, I was a Sasquatch in many lives, and I was a human that walked with a Sasquatch. And she and I were sisters near Washington by the Canadian border. And she now moved the whole clan. It's down in the Redwoods in California. She says, we're close by you now. So, and she's apparently been here. I've never seen her here, but she's been in my dreams before. And she said, all I need to do is call her and she'll be here. I haven't physically seen her, but maybe someday.
Yeah.
I did this thing with Sasquatch and ETs because I have a big foot in the ET community. I've been on craft a couple of times, know a couple of different kinds of ETs. I started comparing what was being told about the ETs and what's being told about the Sasquatch. And I came up with like 34 things, right? Like, you know, they mess with electronics. They know people from, you know, early childhood, or they know people from multiple generations. So they may know your father, grandfather, great grandfather. You know what I'm saying? That's all these things. There's 34 things like that. But then, and that's like really astounding. Like to be able to go invisible, or be able to block what you see, or show you something, so you see something that's actually not there, or not see something that is there. These are all things that are common between both of the Sasquatch and the ET. But you know, I was thinking recently that you could make a list of comparisons between Jesus and Sasquatch. And I know that's like a big alarms go off, but in reality, if you think about it, there's, Jesus would walk by people, and then they would just you know, quit fishing and went and followed Jesus, right? And there's like, and you know what I mean? And Jesus could go invisible and read your mind and all this kind of stuff, you know? So there's more to be said about the Sasquatch being, you know, on the same level as Jesus. And it's the same as they're on the same level as the ET people who do a lot of, like, you know, the ET people, 80% of the people who get involved with ETs, their life changes for the better.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to find those same kind of numbers with the Sasquatch people, because there's no way you're going to be involved and engaged with the Sasquatch people if your intuition doesn't go up, your spirituality goes up, your heart space goes up, your connectedness goes up, you know, and your health usually goes up. So I just wanted to ask you guys if you had any ideas about these things.
Electronics. I have an interesting one. Out in Miss Andrea's forest by the tree. Now, you know, smartphones, you got to open them up, put a code in, you know, click on an app, go through, find what you want. My phone is in my pocket, and Jimmy Buffett's Treat Her Like a Lady starts playing on my phone out of nowhere. I'm like, what the heck? I open my phone. The music app is not open on my phone. I go to the song. It takes me several tries. I can finally close the song off. It wouldn't shut off. I close the app. I swipe everything closed, make sure it's not open, put it back in my pocket. AC/DC's Back in Black starts playing. Now, these are not in the same playlist. They're in completely different playlists. So it's not like it just went to the next song. And I was like, what the heck is going on? You know?
I had an experience.
That's happened a couple times where I've been in the woods and all of a sudden a song starts playing on my phone. And it's like, what just happened? You know?
When I started getting open about this stuff, I was doing my dishes one day and I have a window in front of my kitchen where I do the dishes. And all of a sudden I get Norman Greenbaum's Spirit in the Sky. And I looked out and there's a big old cloud with a face on it right in front of my mountain.
Oh, geez.
That was so cool.
I got this, don't, no. I got out of the shower one morning, I'm standing in front of the sink and my butt got pinched. I felt a hand grab my butt. And I was like, what the hell's going on? I'm like, all right, texted Robin. And she's like, I'm getting laughter by a female Sasquatch. She said she did it.
Oh.
And I was like, not cool. Okay, not cool. I'm not interspecies, you know, things.
Yeah.
And where I go, one of the places I go for work is I travel for work. So I'm all over the state of Michigan. And she saw me there. And I get that stuff all the time. Hey, who's this? Pat or Robin will say, oh, they saw you here. They saw you here. They liked your energy. And it's like, so I get that stuff always following me home. It'll make itself known once and then it's gone.
Yeah.
You know,
You talked about health. I'm asleep. And I think I had an abscess in my mouth. And we've got somebody we call, she's a healer. And I just kind of just put it out there. I'm like dozing off and stuff like that. And I'm sitting in bed and, you know, I'm dozing off and I got this in my mouth. I call and I said, well, could you help me with this? And I woke up. I got a picture of it still. I woke up with a blood on the side of my mouth. And whatever it was totally gone. They went inside my mouth and probably did a little surgery and did their thing. And then they pulled the hand out and left blood on the side of my mouth.
Wow.
so I want to know, what did the face look like in the cloud?
It was a male, and I was looking out, and it was facing the east, and it looked, I don't know a person it could have been, you know, like that, but it was a male, and you could see the nose, you could see the mouth, you could see like the hair. It was pretty cool. And that was my second introduction to cloud faces, because the first one was in Ventura. I live in Southern California. Was in Ventura. My daughter and I were sitting on the beach. There was no clouds in the sky at all. All of a sudden I looked up and there's a cloud whale. It's the shape of a whale. Got the two fins.
Yeah.
So I take a lot of photographs of clouds in the sky. I've seen dragons. I've seen I've got a great Sasquatch in the sunset. Oh my God. And I knew it was something. I was coming home from work and I pulled in the gas station and I went, I got to take a picture of that. That is a cool sunset. So I took a picture of it, went home and looked at it, and I darkened it with contrast, and there is a Sasquatch looking towards the west. And when I did some other things to it, I could see other faces around it too. It's pretty cool.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You know, like what Michael said, I think, and I completely agree with him. I think as you begin to encounter them and they make themselves known, that your perception improves. So that's why you're seeing the face in the cloud that somebody else can't see it. You see the cougar run in front of your car and the person sitting next to you doesn't see it, because you're starting to now pick things up that other people aren't seeing.
I know. I got this lady on Facebook, and every time I put a cloud picture up, she'll say, well, that's just, she's got this term for people who think they see things in clouds. And I said, no, I see it. It's there. And other people see it too. But it's annoying when she says that, because I do see it.
I was driving one day and I just looked to my left and I was like, holy crap, that's a big TV structure just right next to the road. So I stopped, backed up, took a picture of it, sent it to Pat. He found a face in it, and whoever it was said, why are you taking a picture? What do you want?
Really?
You know? And it's just, I just looked over, saw it, stopped, take a picture. That's a Bigfoot structure right there, you know? And he was just, you know, beside himself. Why are you looking at my structure? Why did you take a picture?
Wow.
You know? Well, no harm done. Okay, you know.
One time
Sasquatch said that?
Pardon me?
Why are you taking a picture of my structure? The Sasquatch said that?
Yeah.
Wow.
That, you know, because probably people drive by it all day, every day.
Yeah.
Don't notice it. It's on private property. It's sitting out. It's like a lot. Somebody probably owned a piece of property. There's no house on it anymore.
Yeah.
but there's a big tree, and then there's a whole bunch of limbs leaning up against it, making a teepee. And he's like,
Yeah,
wait,
you know what that is? That is all these structures and stuff that you see around the world that people are talking about. They're doing the exact same playlist as the ETs, because when the ETs came, they came in metal craft, right? And then for like the 5 or 7 years, everybody be going to look out for where the landing gear landed down, where the little guys got out, and they'd take pictures and samples and everything, right? And then that evolved to like they would drop off like angel some kind of stuff. It's like it's like a cloud of stuff that looks like cotton candy, and that was like a big deal. And then they would drop off metal, and then they would have all these other kinds of things. And then they started doing the crop circles. You see, all these things, what they are is engagement of so the whole of the UFO community would be they were being engaged with the landing pads, or engaged with the colors of the craft or the shapes of the craft. And I don't know if you've noticed, but over the years, the crafts have come in every single different shape and size and color, and that you can imagine. This is like an engagement thing, and the Sasquatch are doing the same thing. They do the footprints, and they do the structures and glyphs and all that kind of stuff. That's it. That's engagement. So like O'Brien wrote a book on glyphs, right? And other people write a book on crop circles, and you see, and it just keeps human beings engaged, because they're pretty much on the same playlist. The humans and the ETs about lifting up humanity. So like at one time you didn't see these major, when you're talking about 50-foot tall teepee structures, you didn't see them very often, but now you do. Now it's in everybody's consciousness. And there's somebody was telling the other day about how they drive through this one section of road, and every quarter of a mile there's a structure that you can see from the highway. So, they're on the same page, in my opinion, and it's about lifting our consciousness up and knowing and being comfortable with other beings, right?
Were you saying, Deb, about clouds and stuff and seeing stuff that I think that's called pareidolia or something, or something like that?
yeah.
But
What's it called?
but I know for a
No,
fact.
what's it called?
Pareidolia.
Paranoia?
Doyle.
Oh.
Doyle.
Is it pareidolia?
Yeah.
I don't can't remember what
DOLIA,
word she used.
pareidolia.
But anyway, I mean, I know for a fact that some of that stuff is not pareidolia, and I mean, absolutely not. And it, for instance, my girlfriend Sue, she gets her answers from. I mean, she's been told that she's from the star, like a queen from the stars or something. She was actually told that independently by 3 different people who one of them didn't even know her really. And she can look up to the sky and ask for an answer and get a shooting star like instantaneously, as soon as she asks the question for confirmation or whatever.
Yep.
But I wanted to say one thing about the clouds or whatever, and yeah, people are always looking. When I was a kid, laying on the grass, sunny day, looking up, and you're seeing all that's what kids did, right? We saw all kinds of stuff and imagined stuff. But one time, Sue and I were camping out in our favorite spot, way, like we've had so many amazing experiences there. And it was getting to be dusk, and there's not a cloud in the sky, right? Not a cloud in the sky. And all of a sudden, we've seen a welcome Friendship X, perfectly centered and everything, like in the sky, just showed up with no clouds.
Huh.
Then we're thinking about it. Then there was a question mark, even with a dot on it.
Whoa.
No other clouds anywhere in the sky. And then it was like Looney Tunes. It was like, it was crazy. It was like a unbelievable show or whatever. So, I mean, there's something to it.
Yeah.
100%.
I've seen it.
Andrea's uncomfortable with this story. The people we weren't with aren't either. When we were in Kentucky, you guys know when like a movie screen or a video game or a TV pixelates and you get the blocks, right? And it's just like all these little blocks lined up. Okay, you know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
The blocks? Yeah.
Yeah, everything gets blocky.
Yeah.
We're standing in the woods in Kentucky and I look up and the sky did that. Everything went blocky.
Yeah.
And then it went back to normal. And they said, I said, did you guys just see that? And they're like, oh, that's just because your eyes are adjusting to the dark. We'd been out there for 2 hours. My
Yeah.
eyes were adjusted to the dark, and it happened again, and I didn't say anything. It's like the whole sky just pixelated for a second, almost like the Matrix glitched, you know, that we're
Yeah.
in. It's like, whoa, what was that?
That's
And-
what they say. We are in the Matrix.
Although I will say one thing, I found that sometimes when you're out and looking up at the stars and whatever, you look at a star, it's an optical illusion sometimes. It looks like it's going zigzagging back and forth and up and down or whatever. And I just figured out that that's just some kind of optical illusion. I'm not saying that people don't see UFOs. I've seen them. But
Has to
sometimes
do
you
with
look at a star and it looks like it's moving. It's really not.
It has to do with the atmosphere. I have my daughter's in-laws. One of them was like a scientist or something, and he has this humongous telescope, and he took us out to Joshua Tree National Monument, and we camped out there, and he showed us. I got to see Saturn really close. It was cool. And he says when they're at a certain level going down the like the sunset or something, and it'll be in a certain atmosphere, and that's what makes them move. So I thought that was kind of neat.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'm not techie and all that stuff.
But because I mean, sometimes it looks absolutely dramatic. Like you just like, wow. But then you look at another one and focus in on it, does it? So there's something natural going on.
Atmospheric.
In some cases.
And then there's people who actually have second sight. Throughout history, there's been people who actually see fairies. And somebody standing right next to them won't. And they see little people. And I mean like little people like the size of bugs and all kinds of stuff, right? People see this. And there's a whole group called Sasquatch. What's the name of it? Sasquatch.
There you go. There's your little person.
Yeah.
See his face?
Yeah, I see some pixelated stuff back there. It's pretty cool.
You see his face right there behind my head? His white face?
Yeah, there's stuff, but that's what I'm saying is that stuff is real, and there's certain people who can see them, and other
Is it
people.
the white or dark?
This is actually grass. This isn't sticks. This is grass. That I had to blow it up. You can see him looking at me. Right? You see his nose and his eye.
Put your finger on it.
Oh, give him my big old head. Right there. See his face?
Okay. Yeah.
There's his eye right above it. There's his
Yeah,
nose.
I see it now. Is his head kind of at a slant?
Yep, his head's
Okay.
turned. Yep. I saw a fresh tree break up in the thumb. Michigan has a thumb on it, and we call it the thumb. I saw a fresh tree break, and I stopped and I took a picture because that tree break was there the week before. And I blew the picture up, and way down 6 inches off the ground, I saw that face in the picture. The following week I went by, the tree break was gone.
Huh.
Somebody got rid of it.
Wow.
Yeah, I wasn't supposed to. Somebody didn't like me seeing it. And in the picture, you can actually see up here. There's another face right here. I'm sorry. Right there's another face, and then there's one that looks like an owl. Right in. Oh, this one over here is an owl, and then it looks like an old man face right here.
Oh,
I'll put
okay. Yeah.
I'll put that on
Yeah,
your
but
face.
in reality, they're really small. They're smaller than your finger, right? Because it's
Yeah.
grass.
Yeah.
They're not really. They're only this big, right?
Yep, they're small. But like you say,
Yeah.
like Brian was talking about with shapeshifting, if they can become a cougar, right, or a crow, why can't they become something tiny in the grass?
Of course.
Yeah.
You know, and the funny thing is that the owl that's up to my right, or be the left on your screen, Robin and I had just talked about the week before that griffins actually exist. You know, griffins from legend, lion head, eagle body. And it kind of looks like a griffin in the face. I mean, eagle head, lion body. It kind of looks like a griffin in the face. And we were just talking about that. And I was driving along thinking how cool it would be to see a griffin in real life. You know, to see something like that.
Now they're probably in another dimension. Speaking
Yeah.
of owls, the night before my husband, my son first, the night before my son was killed, and the night before my husband died of cancer, I was driving up our main road, and it was nighttime, and there was an owl flying with me in the car, and it had a 4-foot wingspan on each side,
Whoa.
and it was looking at me. the whole time, probably like maybe an eighth of a mile up the road, and then it just disappeared. And then they died. They both died the next day. And then
Wow.
in a dream, maybe several months later, after all this, I had a dream of a beige owl, and it followed me up on the right-hand side of my car, same kind of situation. And I asked an Apache man what that meant. And he says, well, those were messengers that letting you know your family was going to pass. But on the right was the owl's going to stay with you for the rest of your life. He was your guide.
You talking about an owl with 8-foot wings, 4 feet on one side, 4 feet on the other?
It was huge, yes.
That's like
A
big as an
monster
airplane.
owl.
Yeah,
It
I've
was
seen
big.
giant ravens and stuff too, so that makes sense.
Huge.
That's like a
Pure white.
condor.
I've
Condor
often,
stuff,
I've often
man.
wondered, we know that Sasquatch are real as terrestrial beings. They do terrestrial stuff. They build their stuff. You can see where they've been playing. You can see where they've done stuff, and you can understand their habits and stuff. So they are terrestrial beings. But I'm also thinking, like when I was a kid, I believed in Sasquatch, and I was fascinated with Sasquatch, and like Jim says he is. And some people, but I never believed in fairies and dragons and some of these other things. And I just thought that's ridiculous. Now I'm kind of open to it, but I just thought I just didn't associate with them or believe in them. So even though Sasquatch are real beings, we know that there are teachers teaching us. So I'm wondering if some of these entities come to you in something that you believe in, or that you accept, or that you associate with. You know what I mean? That they can
Yeah,
come to you in the
I think
form
that's very possible.
that you connect with.
Yeah.
Well,
I
Very
have a
possible.
friend. I have a friend who's had a lifelong relationship. It's like, and he describes it as a loving relationship with a dragon. It's not a sexual kind of thing, but it's like a mentor, brothers kind of thing. And that's a non-human intelligent being, and if they're invisible most of the time, they can be any shape they want. But yeah,
I know, but I wonder if she associates with
they have
dragons.
the segment piece, Sekhmet. The lion, the lion-headed humans, which some people call them the Lyrians. This friend of mine, Barbara, she wrote a book about that because she saw one in reality. She was like, face to face with something in Egypt, and then when she's writing her book, all these people started sending her stories about how they've had interactions with these Sekhmet beings, with the lion-headed goddess. So just about anything you can shake a stick out there, there's people out there having relationships sometimes for their whole life.
I think when you put your attention on something, then it opens up that door for them to connect with you more.
Yeah, I mean, and for instance, I'm wondering if I was like a fan of Ireland, and I love the myth of the leprechauns and stuff like that, and I was right into that. I'm wondering if I had went out into the woods, I would have been connected. I would have been connected with a leprechaun or whatever, which might not be a leprechaun. It might just be the energy that's saying this is what he wants. This is what he's feels. This, like I said before. So it's pretty deep stuff, like there's more going on than meets the eye.
Well, I'm adopted, and my adoptive parents my dad was from Belfast and my mother was from Canada. And we went to Europe, and my Uncle Fred swore he saw a leprechaun. So there you go, Brian. They're real.
Yeah.
Well, here's something to think about. What you guys were talking about. You look at our ancient cultures throughout history, they all have dragons. They all have these different spirits, these things that we call that are now fantasy, right? Throughout history, throughout these ancient cultures. How can a culture in China and a culture in Mexico have the same thing?
Yeah.
These people, unless these people were actually able to communicate and travel. And, talking about, the leprechaun and having a leprechaun appear to you, maybe it's just what your mind is telling you. This is how I'm viewing this. This is how I'm processing what I'm seeing right here. This little being in front of me. Oh, that's a leprechaun, because that's what I know from mythology it is. Think about the Druids in ancient Ireland, right? In ancient England, the Druids, the Green Man myth. What if the Green Man was Sasquatch?
Well, when I've seen, like, and my friends seen, like, people as Sasquatch shapeshifted, I mean, we're not going to be freaked out by that. I mean, I wouldn't be freaked out if Sasquatch came up and shook my hand at this point in my relationship. I mean, that would be wonderful. That would be beautiful. I would love to do that. But that kind of speaks to my point is, like you're comfortable with other people. So they can come to you in whatever form you're comfortable with, because I know they've come to me as people. I mean, there's no doubt about it. So
Like I
You
threw
gotta
another
know what they're
interesting
capable
tidbit
of.
out there. The ET people are teaching literally millions of people how to go invisible. Think about that for a second. Because of all the people, there's been research projects done on this, and it's in the millions of people over the last whatever it is, this lifetime, who've been on craft or been abducted or taken on craft. And in order to do that, they take you either out of your bed, through your roof, up onto the craft. You're invisible. And then when they're done with you, they put you back, or in the car, or walking on the road, or any kind of situation, however the story goes. But and some people have been going, they go invisible like 3 times a week. You know what I'm saying? So it's if you think about it, we think of like this, oh, there's this thing out there called invisibility or woo. And yet, and then the people who do, what do you call it, who do out of body experience, they actually leave their body and they can go and interact with things, and they're basically invisible. They go around and visit stuff. You see that? See what I'm saying? Was we have all the attributes you can give to the ET people or to the Sasquatch people. We have those things too. I mean, we just don't even recognize it. And one of the reasons why we don't is because it's absolutely normal. Because I was conscious a couple of times on craft, right? And I was conscious of being in my bed, conscious that I went invisible into a craft, conscious on the craft, and then conscious coming back down, right? I never broke consciousness. And the thing is, you do not feel anything. There's no difference in feelings between visible and invisibility, and which is kind of profound. It's like, it's just like I feel now. If I just blinked out now, I wouldn't feel it, and people talk about that when you die, you don't feel it. You just make this shift. You don't feel anything. Yeah. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. We're not that far away from
Hey,
all these
Michael, as you're saying that, I just got this big smell of sweet floral fragrance. Strong.
ET wouldn't teach me how to go invisible because I'd get in trouble.
We can't hear you again.
I said ETs wouldn't teach me to go invisible because I would get in trouble. I would be running around doing shit I shouldn't be doing.
Now Brian's muted, Brian. There you go.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm digging around. I got to go pretty quick. I'm getting some stuff together. I have to take to a friend's place. But yeah, Jim's voice is getting weird sometimes. Hey,
Well, all I know is ever since I told the tombstone story, I've had a headache, and I don't get headaches. So maybe there's some energy floating around here that's messing with my screen.
Could be.
Could be.
Yeah.
Well, we'll wrap it up then and do it another time.
Do it another time. We've been going on for almost 4 hours.
It's been over
That's
4
what I'm
hours.
saying. I mean,
Nothing else going
when I
on.
start talking to people like you guys and whatever, I mean, it just sparks so many stories and the
Yeah.
discussion. I could talk like, remember when
I'm
Pat was
glad
saying,
we're doing this because people need to know that there's Sasquatch are a ton more than just physical monsters. They are actually really beautiful, high beings. They're very noble. They're very honorable. They're very kind. They're very funny. And, get over this monster business. You know what I mean? The only monster you're seeing is yourself in the mirror. That's what you get
It's
from
fake
Sasquatch.
news.
Yeah.
It's all fake news.
Fake
Right?
news.
Everything
Lies.
we see on TV is fake news. Everything they show on TV about Bigfoot is they're big dumb mountain apes.
Yeah.
They're monsters. They scared me. They attacked me. That's what they're showing people.
It's
That's what
for money.
Yeah. Because that stupid box over there tells us what to believe, think, and feel.
That's why I don't watch it.
well,
And they don't want us to know because what they can do, we can do. And they're teaching us like they taught me how to go invisible. Now I can't actually do it under my own steam, but there's no question they taught me how to do it. Right. And I'm not the only one. They've taught other people how to go invisible. what's this guy Barry Webster? He was doing one of his things when he went out and started praying, and a Sasquatch came up behind him, and as he was praying, this energy got to be really powerful, and he just went invisible from his feet all the way up to his neck, and his sister sitting there watching him. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
And then when the Sasquatch let him go, he actually dropped because he was actually levitating as well as being invisible.
Wow.
I mean, you know, we have three people witness that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Anyway, love you guys. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna leave now and say, you know, love everybody, and you know, we're all gonna make it in the end.
I just thought of a bunch of more stuff to say, which probably means that it's time to end the show.
All right, well, thanks for having me on.
We'll do it another time.
Yeah, come back, Jim. I like your stories. You know.
Jim, what's your last name?
Oh, the government's looking for me. I can't share that. So.
Did you want to friend me on Facebook, or can you do that?
I'll do that. What I'll do is, Michael, I'll send you some of these pictures to on Messenger, and you can share them in the group if you look at them and think they're good enough where you can actually see what I'm talking about.
Just post them. You're in the group. You're in that group, aren't you? You just post them. I don't care.
Are you on Facebook though?
Yeah, I put that one picture up that had a circle, and it was we were talking about pareidolia. And it's actually a picture that's not blurry, that you can see the face in the trees.
No, I just said send me a friend request because I'd like to talk to you privately and show you some of my pictures and look at some of yours and bounce some ideas off each other, you know, kind of thing. So.
Yep. Okay.
Send me a request.
Are you on the spiritual? Is he on the spiritual Sasquatch?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you? Okay. I think I've seen you.
Oh, I don't post stuff on Facebook.
No.
Too much. I don't do that. So I
stay. Were you just joking about the? Were you joking about the government, or serious?
No, I was joking. I was joking.
You know, one thing that I just wanted to end up with, though, before we go, and then I'll do our little send-off thing, is, you know, I'm sure that the government and some people in the know want to promote the monster theory, want to promote they're monsters and they're bad and they're, you know, they're dangerous and they're a myth or whatever, because
Independence Day,
they're spiritual teachers and they have a message for us. And that message is that we're all one and all connected. And there are powers that be, whether people believe it or not, they do not want us to be connected. And so they do not want the Sasquatch message to get out to us, because by being unconnected, we're easily controlled. Sasquatch are trying to introduce us to our true self, our true nature, who we really are. And that they definitely don't want that. So, yeah, so I'm getting energy like crazy. So
Robin, I have phone conversations with Robin every time I talk to her. Every time, 10 minutes in, the call drops.
Yeah,
10 minutes in, call drops.
They got eyeballs on Robin.
The NSA doesn't like us talking right now. You know, the government doesn't want us talking. You know,
screw them. If you don't want us talking.
Hey, Michael. That movie, that series I'm watching on Gaia, you saw me post about it?
Yeah, that was one about the young boy from
Argentina?
Russia or something? Or Argentina, yeah. I've seen that guy before. He's on the ball.
He's awesome. He mentioned, when you mentioned UFO, he mentioned that the Palladians, their UFO is a Merkaba, and it moves, spins very fast.
Yeah.
I thought that was really cool. And what's really good is he's got lots of pictures when he talks. Everything's visual. It's really good.
Okay, guys.
All right.
Our people are right up there with us. All right.
Yep.
Bye, guys.
Bye. See you later.
Anyway, I wanted to say
Frank Oliver Beans, and this is my friend Pork Cunningham, and we're just about ready to wind it up for this Halloween. I hope everybody got scared.
Woo!
Happy Halloween, everybody. And we were going to the graveyard the other night. It was a terrible fright and Dracula. Anyway, on behalf of Pork Cunningham and Frank Oliver Beans, the world's handsomest man, This has been another great edition of the Pork and Bean Show. And thank you, Deborah, and thank you, all our other guests, Andrea, Jim, the McCrae's for stopping in.
You ought to read off all these people in the chats, like Roluto Alvarez and Christine McDonald and Sky Peterson and Elinda Thompson and all these fun people showed up. I didn't believe it. We only got 10
They actually, it actually worked. Our guys actually went over to the YouTube thing. So hey guys, if you want, you can subscribe to my channel too.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not making anything off of it, but if you want to, I put a lot of content on there. So, but it
I'm
just
gonna go
happened to
back
work
to
out
my
because-
Gaia movie and watch that the rest of the day. So I'll see you
Okay,
guys
guys.
later.
Love
Bye.
you all. Thank you, and thanks for the shirt, Deb, and
You're welcome.
very much appreciate it.
Yeah, you
You're
gotta
welcome.
get a little pitch with a little cardboard thing you can hold up, and with the addresses and
If
stuff.
I can figure out how to get a photo in the back of me instead of my couch, I could do that.
Are you working off a phone or are you working off a computer?
Oh, I'm on the computer.
Oh, that's pretty easy. What you need to do is you go to your little video thing with a little up arrow next to your video camera.